Educational content. YouTube may allow kinds of violent or graphic content noted above in some cases in educational, documentary, scientific, or artistic content. This is not a pass to upload content meant to shock or disgust or encourage others to commit violent physical sexual assault. For educational content containing this kind of violent or graphic content noted above, this content must appear in the images or audio of the video itself. Providing it in the title or description is insufficient. Welcome to True Crime and Celebrity News. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel, and if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving my videos a thumbs up.
Good morning, true crime friends. Boy, that was a long weekend, huh? I heard they got some pretty bad weather there. I didn't even know. I read that they were closed till Friday, so I just was just doing my thing over here and looked up the long crime, and here they're live. I'm like, oh no. So I will be cutting in a lot more for the commentary, for the fair use, just for some reasons I'm not going to go into. But the private investigator is still alive. I honestly don't know what more he could say that he's already said for the last 4 days, you know. But hey, the defense team is really working hard for Mr. Brendan Banfield. And can't blame him. I mean, the poor guy's looking at the rest of his life in prison, so I suppose I'd probably put up a good fight for my client also. But I hope everyone had a good weekend. I didn't do very much. Saturday and Sunday just kind of sat around, and it's been really cold here. And I'd been sick. I had the influenza, so that definitely was not fun. And I'm also trying to stop drinking iced coffees, because I think that's what's causing my issues with my pancreas and gallbladder and all that junk. But I did make an appointment for the doctor. Maybe we can run some tests and see what's going on. I really don't know what they're discussing today. I haven't watched any of it, so I suppose we could watch a little bit and go over it. All right, let's watch some and then we'll stop and go over it.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Judge, I do have a couple of matters that I'd like to present in the approach.
Okay, sure.
So we're already approaching the bench, so that's good news. My dog needs to go out, you know, because of course I went live, so she needs to go potty. I just wonder what's going to happen today. Is Mr. Banfield going to take the stand? All right, I'll take her potty and then I will come right back.
It's just whatever you see on the screen is what you see on the screen. There's nothing. It's not. Do you want me to stop?
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you may recall, before the break, we were in the middle of an expert testifying for the defense. Can you take this, Dan, sir? Of course. Just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay? All right.
Mr. Harry Lidsky.
Good morning. Yes,
Do
I
we have a
am.
microphone too, please?
Good morning, sir.
There we go.
Mr. Lidsky, can you see the screen before you?
I don't have anything. Yes, there it is. Yes.
In terms of foundation, these are the, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you're looking at right now?
This is a T-Mobile responsive record, I believe, to a search warrant issued by the Fairfax County Police Department and the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office. This is cell tower location information for Mr. Banfield's phone.
And so I'm going to slide down. Do you see the highlighted portion?
I do. This is filtered in particular for the evening of January 9th, 2023. And there's one record in particular. These are in UTC time, so it's reflective of January 10th in the early morning, but it's January 9th for the conversion.
You want to move that in as Defense Exhibit 294?
Any objection?
I can have the court's indulgence for just one moment.
Sure.
So it looks like we're going to go over some more some more phones that they had gotten from Christine. I'm not sure whose phone it is, but some more data, text messages, stuff like that. All right, let's see what they have to say.
And I misspoke a moment ago. This is for Ms. Margleheis's mobile phone, not Mr. Banfield's. So row 4381, which is highlighted,
Okay, so it's Brendan's phone.
is just a data session point that T-Mobile logged with location information. The second column from the left, start time, is the beginning of the data session. And the column to its right, end time, is the ending. For locational information in this regard, the beginning time is what I'm focused on.
And sir, I'm going to have you look at So I'm going to have you identify what will be marked as Defendant's Exhibit 295.
I see it.
Can you identify that?
This is just a Google map of the Herndon area with an annotation of the approximate location of the Banfield residence and Stablebrook Way. Also, the tower that handled the data session on the previous slide marked with a red pin.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 295.
Any objection?
No objection.
295?
And so, sir, the jury is waiting to see that. Explain what That previous slide is relating to what you've put in Defense Exhibit 295 and what that shows.
So on the left-hand side, the icon of the house or structure is designed to represent the approximate location of the Banfield residence. And the red pin, which is in sort of the middle of Stratton Woods Park, towards the upper right-hand side, is the location of the T-Mobile cell tower that handled the data session from the previous slide.
Your Honor, I'm moving on to what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 296. Sir, are you able to see that slide?
It's still 295.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Same.
So are you be able to see the next slide identified as Defense Exhibit 296?
I am.
Can you identify that slide?
I can. This is a screenshot of the portable case digital forensic platform for Ms. Banfield's laptop for January 9th, 2023 from, I believe, noon through midnight.
And what is the significance of this document?
That there was no data, no usage of the laptop during that time period on January 9th.
All right, move that in as Defense Exhibit 296.
Any objection? Can you make it just the full screen? Because I can't have the other slides
Yes, Your Honor.
being shown to the jury.
My apologies, Judge. I can't seem to move that next slide. May I ask the expert for help with this?
All right.
Can you go back one? We were on 296.
Okay, good. 296. There you go.
There you go.
Any objection to 296?
No, ma'am.
All right, 296 in evidence and can be published.
Sir, if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Could you move your microphone back, please?
if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is this Exhibit 296 show with regard to your digital forensics analysis?
So I analyzed the data usage from the laptop on this particular date, January 9th, particularly the evening, but again, filter this to go back to, I think, approximately noon. And there was no data usage whatsoever on the laptop for this time period.
Your Honor, move on to the next slide.
All right.
Defense, identified as Defense Exhibit 297. Sir, do you see this slide before you?
I do.
Can you identify it?
This is part of the Google production in response to a search warrant showing the activity from January 9th, 2023 in the evening, particularly the 11:10 startup or creation of the alleged suspect Gmail account.
And you're going to move that in as Defense Exhibit number 297?
Any objection?
No objection.
297 in evidence. Published.
So going from left to right, explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of what it is that's displayed and what the significance of it is.
So on the left, the highlight is just for the Google login history. In the center, the third row down highlighted is a particular entry of note, the IP address, which is the home, the Banfield home IP address, a login. It's both the creation of the account and the first login happening contemporaneously. Again, January 9th, 2023 at approximately 11:10 p.m. And on the lower right, we can see a notation for the CBRN 920 at Gmail account. And that's what this record's reflecting.
And so what are your conclusions based upon your analysis of Defense Exhibit 297?
So if you could jump back to 295. So given the location of Ms. Maglahiz's device at approximately 11:08 p.m. From this cell tower and its distance from the residence, my conclusion is that she was not home at the time the Gmail account was created.
Objection calls for speculation. The witness can testify to her phone not being present in the house.
Sustain the objection.
Sir, can you explain to the jury in terms of the devices?
So my conclusion is that Ms. Maglahiz's device was not in the residence at 11:10 p.m. when the Gmail account, the alleged suspect Gmail account, was created.
Here, I'm going to move on to the next slide, Defendant Exhibit 298. Sir, can you identify this slide?
If opened, this would be the Discord.
Judge, I'm going to object to the description of what happens when we open it. Let's open it.
We could,
Okay. Sir, can you identify this 298 has been opened? What, if anything, can you identify this as something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
it only says Microsoft Edge PDF document.
Oh, sorry, Judge.
Document's not open.
It opened on my laptop.
So this is what I received as the Discord responsive documents to a search warrant issued by the Fairfax County Police Department and the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office. This is for Ms. Magalahais's Discord account, and this is the subscriber information with IP addresses corresponding with login events to that account.
And sir,
Alan, sorry I didn't see your message sooner. I had to take the dog out. I'm sorry. I guess I can speed it up if you would like to get to the who's ever next. I'm sorry. I know. It's like the same thing. They've already gone through this, right? I am so sorry. I know. I think he should be about done today. I hope. I really do. But I'm sorry, I was not ignoring you. I was outside with the dog and it's really cold, so I wanted to get it all done in one time out. All right, here we go.
are there any particular login events that you're interested in terms of your analysis of this particular day?
So again, these are UTC records. So if we scroll down to January 10th, 2023, we will see a relevant login for the period of time that we're discussing.
Do you see the highlighted portion, sir?
I do.
Is that the relevant time relating to your analysis of the circumstances?
It is.
Okay, and what, if anything, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Actually, here I move that in as Defense Exhibit 298.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
298 evidence. Thank you.
Identifying that highlighted portion, is that the relevant portion relating to your analysis of the January 9th analysis?
It is.
And explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how this fits within your analysis and remind them what is January 9th in terms of its significance.
So again, January 9th was the, January 9th at 11:10 p.m. was the date and time where the alleged suspect Gmail account was created at the Banfield residence. I used these records to supplement my other investigative work as a form of corroboration. Ms. Magalahais's device was a few miles away from the Banfield location at 408. This is, again, Discord is not device specific, but Discord has Ms. Magalahais's account transitioning from a T-Mobile service in the line, the 327 entry at 208.127.225.10. That's a T-Mobile provided IP address, and it's shifting to the home IP address at 11:11 and 30 seconds p.m. On January 9th. So that was used to try to ascertain a time where her device returned home.
And does that, and what, if anything, can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to January 9th?
I think this is our best window into the time Ms. Magalahais's device arrived back home.
And I think perhaps you said this, but when was the suspect Gmail account created?
It was created at 11:10 p.m. So 88 seconds prior to this event.
Okay, and was there, is there anything else relating to January 9th on the defense exhibits up to 298?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to ask you to look at the slide before you. Can you see that?
I can, but not in presentation mode. Okay,
Can you see that slide?
I can.
Can you see that slide?
I can.
And, sir, if you could look at what would be marked as Defendant's Exhibit 237.
I see it.
Can you identify that?
I can. This is a Google responsive document to a search warrant, again, with the alleged suspect Gmail account reflecting a login on February 13th, 2023.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 237.
Any objection?
Just this slide, no objection.
237.
Sir, if you could explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of this slide going from left to right is relating to February 13th, 2023.
Again, on the left, we have highlighted just this particular data set, which is the Google login history. The top row in the middle reflects the particular login we're discussing now. The IP address is the Banfield residence. It's a login February 13th, 2023 at 7:33 and 12 seconds a.m. From a Windows computer. And again, this is to the alleged suspect Gmail account, not Ms. Banfield's sort of true name account.
And what's the significance?
That there was a login to the alleged suspect account on this morning.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit 238. So do you identify that exhibit?
I do. This is a login a few minutes later at 7:45 a.m. to Ms. Banfield's actual email account, her sort of personal account, for lack of a better term.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 238.
Any objection?
No objection.
238.
Can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the significance of this defense exhibit and what the three columns essentially mean?
Sure. So unlike the prior exhibit, this is to Ms. Banfield's actual account, the C Banfield RN at Gmail account. So I highlighted this as significant because, again, we're seeing a movement in and out of the suspect, the alleged suspect account, and the real personal account belonging to Ms. Banfield. I have some, with regard to the catfishing theory, I see some consistency issues here.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit number 239. Sir, can you see that exhibit?
I can.
And can you identify it as an exhibit and what the foundation of that is?
This is on the same morning of February 13th, 2023. It's a few minutes later, 7:48, approximately 7:48 and 41 seconds a.m. And this is a login now back to the alleged suspect Gmail account.
And in looking at these last three slides, the time is important in terms of analysis, correct?
It is.
What's the significance to your analysis?
Well, in a 15-minute window, we've gone from the alleged suspect account to the known attributable account with Ms. Banfield, and now back to the suspect account.
I move this in as Defense Exhibit number 239.
Any objection?
No objection.
239.
And I apologize, if you could explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the significance of how 237, 238, and 239 connect.
Judge, objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question.
So on the right-hand side, it indicates, or what, if anything, does that item indicate, that artifact?
On the right-hand side, we have the IP address, which hasn't changed. It's a login. These are all logins, the date and time. This is now the 7:48 event. And then in the evidence information, a few lines down, the source is the determining record for whether or not this is from a C Banfield RN account or the CBRN 920 suspect account. And that's just, to tell them apart.
And if you can, explain the significance of the CB Banfield RN account and the CBRN 920 account.
The C Banfield RN account is what I've come to know as Ms. Banfield's legitimate sort of personal email. The CBRN 920 account is the one we've been referring to as the alleged suspect account. That's the one that was created to set up FetLife and then to facilitate communication on Telegram as part of the meeting with Mr. Ryan.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. This will be identified as Defense Exhibit 186.
I already have 186 in evidence, is that,
I believe, Judge, that's the same exhibit, and it's just been included in this.
that is the same, okay, 186?
Yes.
Could be posted.
And, Your Honor, I believe this has been moved into evidence?
Yes, it has.
Okay.
Being displayed.
Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
Okay, and what, if anything, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury regarding your analysis of this?
So these are FetLife communications. These are for outbound communication or messages from the account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield. These are all in the morning of February 13th, and they're all in or around overlapping with the time frames of the Gmail login accounts or login events that we were just discussing.
And identifying them, how are you identifying whom is speaking to whom?
So the far left-hand column, 163-63905, that is the user account that's associated with the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield's.
And those are all outgoing comments?
They are. This has been filtered just to reflect the outbound ones.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. This would be identified as Defense Exhibit 241. Sir, can you identify that?
Again,
And if you can explain, is this, how did you come to receive this, and how did you rely upon it in your analysis?
this was a document received from the Treasury Department's Inspector General office. It was provided to the Fairfax County Police Department and provided to me as part of a stipulation of records. This particular record is for the Easy Pass toll device that was assigned to Mr. Banfield.
And is that identified in the third column?
As the transponder or plate number?
Yes.
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you rely upon in this particular document?
The location of Mr. Banfield's transponder, presumably his assigned work vehicle, in particular on the morning of February 13th.
Judge, I'm going to object to the presumption that it's his assigned work vehicle. If he can testify to specifically which vehicle it's assigned to based on his knowledge and review, then certainly, but if he's speculating, objection.
I'll sustain his foundation.
Sir, can you explain to her?
Oh my God, it's like the same thing. I thought he was supposed to be prepared. The judge gave him orders on Friday to be prepared, everything marked, all his evidence marked. This is one trial that I definitely will be excited to see when it's over. I mean, I feel bad for the victims. Rest in peace to Joseph and Christine. But my goodness, this lawyer needs to retire or get some new helpers. And this is my opinion only. My opinion only, nobody else's. All right, here we go.
Honor, how it is that you identified it as Mr. Banfield's vehicle.
The Treasury Inspector General's office assigned it, yes.
And in terms of the documents that you received, what, if anything, were they, what, if anything, identified to Mr. Banfield's Treasury vehicle?
It's a record they keep track of. They have these assigned out to personnel. They pay for the account.
And so in looking at these records, how did you utilize them in your digital forensics analysis?
Well, it's an Easy Pass transponder, so it can be associated with location information, and that's the purpose I used it for on this morning on February 13th.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit number 241.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
241 in evidence.
And what can you tell from the morning of February 13th, 2023?
So there were 4 entries of on that date, 2 eastbound on the Dulles Toll Road and 2 westbound later on the Dulles Toll Road. These are in East Coast time, so there's no conversion. So the first entry and column B is the transaction date, not to be confused with column A, which is the posting date. So we have an entry that's boxed in green on the morning of the 13th at 6:05 a.m. And it says that this transponder and the vehicle it was in entered the Dulles Toll Road heading in the eastbound direction at the Centerville entry point.
Sorry.
The the road just above, they're out of order, is at 612. So line 21 or road 21 shows us that the same transponder and the vehicle in which it was installed passed through the Dulles mainline toll plaza that is near Tyson's or in Tyson's at 6:12 a.m. heading east. Rows 23 and 24 are the corresponding return trip into the main line heading westerly, and then Fairfax Parkway also heading westerly. Looks like an exit at 11:35. So the transponder was past Tyson's heading east at 6:12 and didn't return until 11:35.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide. So do you see the slide before you, Defense Exhibit 242?
I do.
And what did you see there?
So these are T-Mobile provided location records for Mr. Banfield's mobile device. This particular section highlighted is for, again, the morning of February 13th, 2023, and these are in UTC time.
And so what does that convert to?
So the first entry begins at 6:17 a.m. There's a subsequent entry at 6:22 a.m., 6:29 a.m., and then it jumps forward to 10:35 a.m.
And what, if anything, can Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit 242?
Any objection?
Hey, Judge, I hate to do this, but if you can scroll to the top to show
Sure.
that it's identified as Mr. Banfield's phone.
I certainly can.
Please.
And it came all the way down. Thank you. No objection.
All right. That 242 is in evidence.
So the highlighted portion is what you were previously identifying?
It was, yes.
Okay. And just pointing out, let's see if I can move it up just a little bit more. Pointing out the columns, column E, what is that?
Column E is the date and time of the beginning of this particular session that T-Mobile logged, and the to the right towards column M is the location of the cell tower that handled this data transmission.
And this was in UTC time?
These are all in UTC.
I am pretty double, triple sure that we went through this Thursday or Friday. I think at some point we just need to move on, son. We need to move on. This is ridiculous. I don't understand it. But I wanted to break through because I wanted to let you know that I'm still going to do trials. But there will be some changes to the channel. I'm going to start making more videos, but like a storyline to the video, to the story, to the pictures, like if I can find pictures and stuff like that. Try to do what I can to get this show on the road. Right, here we go.
So subtract 5 hours?
Correct.
Okay. And what, if anything, can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based upon these records?
That Mr. Banfield's mobile device was not at or near the residence at the time of the Gmail logins or the FetLife messages we saw on previous slides.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. this would be identified as Defense Exhibit 242. Oh, I'm sorry, 243. Let me move on to. Defense Exhibit 243. Sir, do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and this is, explain what that is showing there on the screen.
It's still just, the PDF is not open.
Thank you. These are AT&T wireless records that correspond to Mr. Banfield's work-issued mobile device. So the same kind of records as we just saw with T-Mobile, this is AT&T for a different phone.
Sir, I'm going to scroll to the highlighted portions and have you identify them. And these are the documents that you received from the Commonwealth in discovery.
They are. I believe these were obtained also with a search warrant.
Sir, can you see the screen?
I can.
And are these documents that were utilized in your digital forensics analysis?
They are.
And what's the significance of this particular screen?
Again, this is the AT&T wireless corresponding location information from Mr. Banfield's IRS phone. And this particular page is location information for February 13th, 2023 at 10:13 in the morning.
Here, I move that in as Defense Exhibit number 243.
Any objection?
No objection.
243 no evidence.
Sir, I'm on page 1,602 of 1,757 records. What particular columns were of interest to you in your analysis?
So on the left-hand side, obviously, we have the date and time in UTC. Far to the right, we have Latin long coordinates for the cell location, and that is what I was looking at for my analysis, the actual physical location.
And sir, do you need me to scroll up?
I don't. I'm fine with this.
Okay. And this was part of your analysis as to the whereabouts of Mr. Banfield on February 13th?
At least his devices, yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, can you conclude based upon what you've presented?
That Mr. Banfield's easy passive vehicle, his personal phone, and his work phone were in Maryland from a period about 6:49, 6:50 through after 10 a.m. on the morning of February 13th.
Here, I'm going to move on to the next slide. Sir, can you identify that slide?
Again, it's just a Google map with the timing of the FetLife exchanges annotated.
And sir, what is this exhibit intending to show?
I was intending on annotating the location of the various devices and times that I analyzed, just to show sort of a east to west progression of the devices that morning.
Your Honor, I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 244 and move it into evidence.
Any objection?
Judge, in its current format, it contains annotations that have not been created by the witness in court, so we would object.
What's your objection then?
Hearsay.
Excuse me?
Hearsay. It's an out-of-court statement.
All right.
Your Honor, I believe that he's already testified to these FetLife exchanges, which are just the timing of it, and the intent is to show the travel, which we've taken away from the previous objectionable.
Judge, this is the same problem we had with the graph exhibits. Counsel.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Sir, at the time of the FetLife exchanges, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where Mr. Banfield's devices were at the relevant times?
They were in vicinity of Cheltenham, Maryland,
And what's in Cheltenham, Maryland?
the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center.
And the previous slides that we were talking about, let me reference those. Defense Exhibit 186, what are those?
These are the FetLife messages that were sent on the morning of February 13th, 2023.
And sir, at the time that the FetLife, Defense Exhibit 239, was that one of the FetLife exchanges?
Judge, asked and answered. We've been through these exhibits.
All right, I'll sustain as asked and answered.
Okay. Sir, let's move on to January 23rd. Here, and I'm going to move to the next slide. Defense Exhibit 245. Sir, can you identify that slide and what it contains? Actually, just identify it as something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis.
It is. This is part of the group of responsive documentation I received through a stipulation reflecting a login to the alleged suspect Gmail account on January 23rd.
And Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 245.
No objection. 245 in evidence.
So please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of these three columns are based upon your analysis of January 23rd, 2023.
Yeah, so on the left, just reflecting the login history, the highlighted row in the middle is the one we're discussing here, January 23rd, 2023 at approximately 11:22 p.m. On the right, we see the IP address, which is the Banfield residence. It's a login. And in the evidence information, we're confirming that this is to the CDRN 920 Gmail account.
And these are artifacts that you analyzed relating to January 23rd?
They are.
And so what's the significance of January 23rd in terms of the devices?
In this particular instance, it is a login to the alleged suspect Gmail account, which is, obviously relevant given the nature of the investigation.
Here, I'm going to move on to the next slide. Sir, can you identify that?
These are outbound FetLife messages from the account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield, all from the similar time frame, January 23rd, 2023, around 11:30 p.m.
Your Honor, I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 191.
It's already in evidence.
Okay. And sir, what's the significance of these messages relating to the timing of the devices?
Just that they were happening about the same time as the login to the alleged suspect Gmail account.
Here, I'm going to move on to what will be identified as Defense Exhibit 247. Sir, can you identify Defense Exhibit 247?
Again, you have to open the Excel spreadsheet.
I'm sorry?
You have to open the Excel spreadsheet. It just says Excel on here. There you go.
Boy, this lawyer, he is just struggling. I feel bad for him. I really do. Like, I looked up how many cases he's done, as in murder trials, and it wouldn't even say how many. So I'm not even sure, but it sounds like to me maybe one. Still doing one. Not that I have anything against the guy, but I'm thinking he's taken on more than what he should. Shouldn't he have someone there to help him, like a little bit more? Like, I'm not getting this at all. Like, what in the heck is going on? He's lost.
Actually, I think we identified the spreadsheet independently in this. This would be Defense Exhibit 248.
Right, this is the first time we've seen 248.
Okay.
So we are skipping 247.
Yeah, 247
be
was
on.
the icon. That was the.
246, 246 and 247, or 248.
Let me just clarify, Your Honor. 246 was already, I'm sorry, that was 191.
191 is in evidence.
247 was just the icon judge, and I think that's,
Okay, so 248 is where we're at.
yes.
Okay.
Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
I can. This is a screenshot of the full document, which is 247, which is a large spreadsheet provided by Google in response to a Commonwealth search warrant or law enforcement search warrant. This is Google's geofence location, that is geolocation information pursuant to Mr. Banfield's mobile device. And it's it runs from, I think, January 18th through February 20th. And it's 20 or 30,000 rows of data.
Your Honor, I'm going to move that in as Defense Exhibit 248.
Any objection?
Judge, can I just forward your,
Okay.
that might make it easier. Mr. Lidsky, I'm looking at what appears to be a screenshot of an inset, something you clicked on. If I look at the header at the very top of the screen, is that the root document from which you have pulled this screenshot?
It is.
Okay,
and-
so Google search warrant return 6923, specifically location for brendanbanfield@gmail.com.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
No
you.
objection.
All right, 248 in evidence.
So I'm going to try to find the portion that you relied upon.
This is just a screenshot, so it's not going to move. I think on the next slide,
Okay.
you may have that.
Yeah, that's
What's the significance of the documents in Defense Exhibit 248?
So again, these are the responsive documents provided by Google. They provide location information for the device on which this data was collected. That is Mr. Banfield's mobile device. This screenshot is just at the very start of the spreadsheet, so it shows the column headings and the information that Ms. Sands just ran through. And above that, we see the folder structure as it was provided in Discovery.
Your Honor, I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 249.
All right.
I'd move that into evidence.
Any objection, 249?
No, ma'am.
249 in evidence?
Sir, what, if anything, did you review relating to this particular screen of the Google return?
Yeah, so this is just a screenshot of the same records now advanced to the particular day in question. That is January 23rd, 2023 at approximately 11:35 p.m. Obviously, these records are in UTC and require our 5-hour conversion.
And so what's the accurate time with that conversion?
11.
Asked and answered. He testified as 11.
Sustained.
What's the significance of this, sir?
This reflects the position of Mr. Banfield's device on that date and time.
And what, if anything, can you opine about his position at that point?
His device was not on.
Aaron, I'm going to move to the next slide. I'm sorry, that 249 is in evidence, correct?
Correct.
Sir, can you identify Exhibit 250?
This is just a Google map with an icon of the Banfield residence and its approximate location.
And what, if anything, can you, in terms of this map and the previous data forensics, digital forensics that you looked at, what can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty relating to this map?
Again, Mr. Banfield's device was not at home during the relevant period of the Gmail login or the FetLife messages. I'm able to annotate his approximate location on here, corresponding to the Google location information, if desired.
Your Honor, can we have him identify, based upon his analysis, where on this map Mr. Banfield was at the time?
If you want to have it marked, that's fine.
Yes.
May I refer to my notes, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So there were two entries about here. I have these logged at 11:19 and 11:21 respectively. And then one just short of home, sort of in the neighborhood at 11:29 p.m. on the night of the 23rd.
And what's the relevant login for the Gmail?
If we could go back a few slides, my apologies.
Just let me know. Your Honor, do I, in order to preserve that slide,
Do you want to mark that as 250A
can we do 250A, Judge?
and print it? Okay.
Your Honor,
Wow, I thought he was supposed to have this all taken care of. A judge, you know, I think she said it, but I think she really likes, I think she does like to help. It keeps her busy up there on the stand or on the bench. So what does everyone think? Do you think he's going to get Brendan off on these charges or what? I mean, he's trying awfully hard. I mean, we've been going at this now for 4 days. I just don't know. All right, well, I guess we can keep watching. It looks like to me he's going to be there all day.
move that in as Cummel's or Defense Exhibit 250A.
250 and 250A.
Judge, is there any way for the witness to identify the times? We have 3 different times associated with 3 different circles, but nothing to clarify from this exhibit.
All right, can you just put the times maybe under the business, please?
Of course.
And then once the times are there, there's no objection, 250 or 250A?
No.
Okay.
And those are all PM.
Let's print that one. Okay. Should be able to clear it now. Yes.
Am I able to move the
You
exhibit?
can move it, yes,
Okay.
it just clears this. Okay, good.
Sir, let me know.
There's fine. So we can see, so the last annotation before Mr. Banfield's device arrived home was 11:29 p.m. We can see here that the login to the alleged suspect Gmail account was at 11:22 p.m. And if you advance one slide, please, we can look at the FetLife messages as well. So we can see here there was one at 11:28 p.m. and the second at 11:35 p.m.
And sir, what can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty on as to the digital forensic analysis on that day?
That Mr. Banfield's mobile device was not at the house at the time the Gmail account was logged into, the alleged suspect Gmail account was logged into, and was not at the house at the time where at least one FetLife outbound message was sent.
Here, I'm going to move to the next slide. Sir, let's talk about January 30th. And on to the next slide, Judge. Defense Exhibit 251. Sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
And what, if anything, did you rely upon in your digital forensic analysis relating to this slide?
This is another Google responsive document showing a login to the alleged suspect Gmail account, which occurred on January 30th, 2023 at approximately 10:36 p.m.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 251.
Any objection?
No objection.
251.
Your Honor, move on to the next slide. Sir, can you see the slide before you?
I can.
And what, if anything, did you rely on in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
This is another piece of the Google responsive documents. It's from the same evening, January 30th, 2023, now at 11:03 p.m. This is a login, another login to the CBRN 920 at Gmail account. That's the alleged suspect Gmail account. So 2 logins this evening.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 252.
Any objection?
No objection.
252.
All right, move on to the next slide.
All right.
Sir, can you identify what has been marked and introduced as Defense Exhibit 194?
It's already in evidence.
Yes, thank you.
So yeah, these are two outbound FetLife messages from the account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield's from the same evening, January 30th, 2023 at 10:47 and 10:58 p.m. respectively.
And what's the significance of those times related to the previous artifacts that you've analyzed and testified to the jury about?
It's the same evening around the same time.
All right, move on to the next slide, Defense Exhibit 247. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 248.
248 is already in evidence.
Sir, can you identify, I'm sorry, you said it was already in evidence.
It's already in evidence.
So what is this artifact in terms of your digital forensic analysis?
Judge asked and answered.
Sustained.
What, if anything, actually, if you've already testified to it, I'll move on to the next one. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 255.
Okay.
Sir, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
And what's the significance of this particular exhibit for your digital forensic analysis?
These are the same Google responsive geolocation records aligned with Mr. Banfield's personal mobile device. This is just a different, we're looking at it here for January 30th, 2023.
And in terms of the previous slide, 248, is that for the same time frame?
No, this is just the records themselves showing the attribution and their original location.
Your Honor, move into evidence, Defense Exhibit 255.
Any objection?
No objection.
255.
Move to Defense Exhibit 250, Judge.
250 is in evidence.
Already in evidence. Sir, in terms of the previous analysis that you've done in the documents and the records, can you explain how that, what 250 is relating to your analysis?
This is just the Google map showing the approximate location of the Banfield residence. And I can annotate the location from the prior two slides if so desired.
Okay. Go ahead and mark the locations that you've identified in your analysis.
May I refer to my notes again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Make it 250B.
250B, yes.
I wonder if they know
And
that.
sir, can you explain your annotations to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, these are just the approximate locations corresponding to the records we reviewed showing where Mr. Banfield's mobile device was on the evening of the 30th.
Okay, and those are the, what's the relevant time relating to the digital activity?
If we could go back a couple of slides.
Before you do,
Yeah,
you want to
yeah.
print this as 250B?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
And I see no objection to 250.
No objection.
Judge, I won't go back until you tell me.
Okay, it's almost done. There you go. Now you're back.
Let me know, sir.
So this is fine. We can see both here. So again, we can see that we had a Google login to the suspect Gmail account at 10:36. We had a second one at 11:03. And if we go forward one, we have FetLife exchanges, outbound FetLife exchanges.
I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I just don't see where this is relevant at all. Even the prosecutor said, how is this relevant? Is he just trying to confuse the jury? I'm thinking he's trying to confuse the jury. I'm thinking that's what he's trying to do, because something just that don't prove anything, because we don't know who was behind the phone. If the phone was in Maryland, how do we know who had that phone in Maryland? He could have stuck that phone in a car with his friend and said, hey, take my phone with you to Maryland. I mean, anything. His parents could have done it. So these phones data don't mean anything. Even the text messages don't mean anything. Anybody could have been behind the phones. All right, here we go.
At 10:47 and 10:58. And then, as I just annotated, at 10:52, Mr. Banfield's device was in Reston, nearer to the Lifetime Fitness location than it was to the residence.
Sorry, Judge.
That's right.
Let's move on to February 7th, 2023. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, which is going to be Defense Exhibit 257. Sir, can you identify that?
I can.
And what, if anything, does that, what, if anything, did you look at in your digital forensic analysis, and is it showing on the slide?
Google responsive record showing another login to the alleged suspect Gmail account, this one on February 7th, 2023 at 10:02 p.m.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 257.
Any objection?
Objection.
Fit 257 in evidence.
And how does this tie into the events of February 7th?
Just reflecting that there was a login to the suspect Gmail account on this date at this time.
And just as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what's the relationship between the logins to the Gmail account and the other accounts that are used?
So the Gmail account was used to set up and kick off the other two accounts. However, we have established, I have established that there were recurring logins to the Gmail account for things like account maintenance, email inbox deletion, inbox review of new messages, things of that nature.
Here I'm going to move to the next slide, which I believe we've previously had Defense Exhibit 199. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'd move 257 into evidence.
257 is in evidence. All right.
Is it?
Yes, we already moved it in.
Has it already been shown to the jury?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
All right,
Defense
that's 199, which is in evidence, okay?
Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
And what's the significance of this in terms of timing on the other items that you've shown?
These are the outbound FetLife messages from the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield on February 7th, 2023, around the same time as the Gmail login we were just discussing at 10:08, 10:12, and 10:15.
Here I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 247.
Is already in evidence.
Yes. Sir, what is this in relation to your,
Judge asked and answered.
what's a different, I think it's a different day, Judge, so it's a different question.
Okay, go ahead.
What's the significance of your analysis of this particular record that's already into evidence as Defense Exhibit 248?
This was actually just to illustrate the record itself. I believe the next slide is the one with the corresponding location information.
Defense Exhibit 260. Sir, do you identify that?
I do, yes.
And what is this document?
This is, again, the Google responsive geolocation information associated with Mr. Banfield's mobile device. This is for the reflective of the evening of February 7th, 2023 at approximately 10:12 PM.
And I move that in as Defense Exhibit 260.
objection?
No objection.
260.
Sir, does that highlighted box support what you just testified to?
It does. That's one of the corresponding points.
What other points were you looking at in that document?
The one immediately below it at 3:12 and 49 seconds Zulu, so that would be about 10:13 p.m. on the evening of the 9th. The one above it as well. All three rows, 16309, the highlighted one, and 16311 are actually identical geolocation points,
Okay.
stationary.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 261. Sir, do you identify this exhibit?
I do. This is a Google map, traditional or default map view with the Banfield house approximate location. Also included is a satellite view of a related area on this map as well, which correspond to the geolocation points I just mentioned on the previous slide.
And are you able to, based upon the previous slide, identify where the geolocation of the device that you were analyzing is?
I am. Yes.
And can you mark on the map where that was?
Again, may I refer to my notes again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Your Honor. May we move this in as Defense Exhibit 261?
Any objection?
No objection.
261.
So those three stationary points are right down here at the bottom of the map. They were from 10 to 10:13. And it turns out, as we can see from the image on the right, it's at a gas station, not terribly far from home. And that would explain, in my experience and training, the stationary nature of the three successive location points.
And what's the significance of the login and any communications on FetLife and the timing?
And Mr. Banfield's device was not at home during any of that activity.
Your Honor, I would identify that as Defense Exhibit 261A.
All right. No objection. No objection. Okay. 261A, just give us a moment to print it. All right, while we're printing that, is this a good time to take a break, Mr. Karen?
Oh, yes. Thank
Okay,
you.
ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess of 15 minutes. Again, do not talk to anybody about the case and do any outside research. Okay? And again, sir, since you're still testifying, do not discuss the case with anybody or testimony. And Mr. Carroll, if you could grab those printed sheets from below you, I'd appreciate it. We'll come back then at 11:45, okay?
All right.
How did I know they were going to go to break when I went to the bathroom? So, anyways, what do we think? I was going to look up this private investigator. Means I have to take time for So Harry Linsky was founded, 4DISS was founded by Harry Linsky in 2023 following his retirement after 24 years of federal government service. Harry is a dynamic and innovative leader with a distinguished career in federal law enforcement and the intelligence community. During his tenure, Harry identified a need for tailored and creativity, investigative, and security solutions. Prior to starting 4DIS, Harry served in various senior leadership positions within the U.S. government from March 2010 to September 2023. Harry worked for the Department of Justice, Office of the Inspector General, serving as a senior special agent, assistant special agent in charge, and special agent in charge of the Cyber Investigation Office. As SEC, Harry led to the Department of Justice OIG team of the insider threat, cybersecurity, and digital forensic experts. I mean, you can't get any better than this guy. Prosecuted cyber crimes affecting the Department of Justice and was responsible for the day-to-day operations of the Department of Justice OIG Cyber Office. Before joining Department of Justice OIG, Harry spent over 10 years working in the intelligence community as a special agent with the Drug Enforcement Administration. Harry has received numerous awards for leading high-profile investigations and locating and recovering critical evidence. Harry's experience is now available to private sector clients through 4DIS. He is certified in Mobile Device Examiner, Celebrate, Certified Computer Forensic Examiner, NCASE, a licensed private investigator, licensed FAA Part 107 SUAS remote pilot, specialist in cell site and call detail records analysis, financial analysis specialist, anti-money laundering specialist, insider threat and internal misconduct specialist, due diligence investigations, extensive experience with search, arrest, and seizure warrants, performed comprehensive electronic surveillance, including wiretaps and covert audio and video installations, conducted and supervised undercover operations, testified at more than 200 federal proceedings, including jury trials, hearings, and grand jury inquiries. So, if you ask me, this man, 4DIS, is very qualified. So, I'm guessing this dude ain't cheap. I mean, he has done a lot. And his foundation is 4DIS, like the number 4, and then DISS, 4DIS. So, if anything, he's overly qualified to be at this trial. Considering she keeps objecting to everything, like he doesn't know what his job was. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right.
This point,
Here we go.
work before.
All right, your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. So let's move on to February 17th, 2023. I'm going to ask you to identify Defendant Exhibit 262. Can you identify that?
I can.
And is this something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
It is. This is the Google responsive records showing the account login. This one in particular is on February 17th, 2023 at approximately 11:20 p.m. And this is to the alleged suspect Gmail account.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 262.
No objection.
262 in evidence.
And sir, what's the significance of this slide and the artifacts that it contains?
It's a login to the alleged suspect Gmail account from the Banfield residence.
Your Honor, move on to slide number, oh, I'm sorry, Defense Exhibit 263. Sir, do you identify this exhibit?
I do.
And how is it that you identify this exhibit?
This is another part of the Google responsive records. This is another login, a second login to the same alleged suspect account, just 4 minutes later, 11:23 p.m. 3 minutes
Your Honor,
later.
move that in as Defense Exhibit 263.
Any objection?
No objection.
261 is in evidence, yes.
Sir, in the context of 262 and 263, have you seen this exhibit before?
I have.
Okay, what's the significance in relation to those other logins?
These are two outbound FetLife messages on the same date at about the same time.
And is there any identifying characteristics to these messages?
These are both outbound from the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the slide
All right.
to Defense Exhibit 247. Here, I'm going to move the slide to Defense Exhibit 248.
It's already in evidence. We've been there 4 times, just to let you know.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sir, this is Defense.
Oh my God, did you just hear the judge? We've been there 4 times, just so you know. So what she's trying to say is get it over with already. We've been here how many days? Wow. And she did the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. Oh, I heard Amber Heard let out a statement after how many years? 3 years? I guess she put out a statement. I'll have to find it. Okay, here we go.
Exhibit 248, which has already been introduced into evidence. What's the significance of this
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
related to,
All right.
it's a specific date, Judge. If I
Judge,
may.
the next slide is the
The next
specific
slide will
date.
be the specific date, I think. There we go.
Sir, do you see Defense Exhibit 266?
I do.
And I believe that's been introduced into evidence, Judge?
No.
No, okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Litsky, what is it that we're looking at here, this particular slide?
So this is a part of the Google geolocation responsive records associated with Mr. Banfield's mobile device. This particular line highlighted is for the evening of February 17th at about 11:21 p.m.
Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit 266.
All right.
No objection.
266 in evidence.
And what you've just testified to is in the highlighted box?
The highlighted box and the 2 rows after it.
Can you identify those rows that you're referring to for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Particularly crossed out, that row, which is 11:29 p.m. That row, 2 rows above it. If you look at column E, particularly on row 24887 or 24886 rather, you can see the number 4,684. That's a really large radius. To me, through my training and experience, that is an inaccurate measurement. I don't, I just typically avoid those. I ignore them when I'm doing my analysis. So I'm skipping that row. The row after it is informative. And the row before, 2 before the highlighted box is also informative for this analysis.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide, Defense Exhibit 250. And sir, what's the significance of this exhibit as to your analysis?
Objection asked and answered. It's in evidence.
Well, 250 is in evidence, so if you just want to ask them.
Yes. As your analysis that you previously given to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how does it apply to this particular slide?
Sure. I can annotate the location of Mr. Banfield's mobile device as provided by Google as an approximation, relative to when the device arrived home.
And so, Your Honor, may he annotate with the times as well?
All right, if you want to make it 250C.
250C, yes. And what, if anything, does that indicate?
So that's the last geolocation point reported before the device reports basically in the house, at the house.
And how do you analyze the arrival in the house? What do you look at?
Well, if we go back to the large spreadsheet, we can see coordinates that actually plot to the house itself.
Before we do any sort of moving, is there anything related to your analysis beyond that marking as well as the numbers that are next to it?
So the earlier points were back towards Reston, so I just jumped ahead at the last one before the device registered in the house.
Okay. Your Honor.
You can move, it's okay.
Yes. Is that the information you were referring to, sir?
Yes. If I can annotate on this if helpful. But so this whole swath here, 38.9404 and minus 77.4056, those are essentially in the house. So if we look above that, any numbers that differ for those, just as a shortcut, some easy analysis, reflect locations outside of the house, away from the house. So it's fairly easy to look at a spreadsheet like this and just go down the column and where we see the switch over from a different number, bless you, to those to the numbers I just referenced. That's sort of a breaking point of when the device arrived home.
Your Honor, I identified that with the markings as Defense Exhibit 266A.
All right.
Sir, is there something else that you were referencing relating to the original map?
No.
Okay. I'll wait until.
Go ahead.
Sir, I'm going to ask you what has previously been marked Defense Exhibit 127.
It's already in evidence.
And sorry, in evidence. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And it's been moved into evidence. What's the significance of the artifact information relating to the picture that's before you?
This is the photo that Mrs. Banfield took of herself on January 17th at 7:20, approximately 7:20 p.m. This photo would ultimately be cropped and uploaded and used on the FetLife website in connection with the account creation there on the same date.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 128.
It's already in evidence.
Sir, do you see the slide that's before you that's already been admitted into evidence?
Yeah, this was just when Mrs. Banfield shared the same photo we just saw on the last slide.
Judge, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. Ask and answer.
Ask and answer, sustained.
I agree. He's just re-asking, like, I think he forgot he's already asked the questions. Like, I'm not understanding this at all. Like, this is, I'm just going to keep my mouth quiet. Anyways, I hope everyone's enjoying the live. I'm having to cut in more. I have to do more commentary. I've just been doing a lot of research for the monetization for Facebook, or I mean YouTube, Facebook. So I will be cutting in a lot more. Whether it's something you want to hear or talk about, I don't know. But in the replay, if you're here, please like, share, and subscribe. This is all for educational purposes only. Thank you.
Sir, I think we've already seen this. Let me move on to the next slide, Your Honor, which is Defense Exhibit 299. Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
Again,
And what are the, what did you use this exhibit for in your analysis?
this is part of the digital forensic analysis from Mrs. Banfield's laptop. This just shows essentially the start of the session. It's a Windows logon event at approximately 9:59 p.m. on January 17th.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 299.
Any objection?
No objection.
299?
And what's the significance of this with the previous exhibits that were put into evidence?
Well, this is Mrs. Banfield's laptop. It's the security identifier associated with her user profile on the laptop, and it's really just the start of a session, basically a logon event. So it's other than being the same date and later in the evening, it doesn't really tie to the first two exhibits.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit number 300. And sir, what, if anything, did you review and analyze relating to this exhibit?
This is also from Mrs. Banfield's laptop. This is just part of the logon sequence where the laptop is joining the home Wi-Fi on the night of the 17th. I believe we discussed some of this last week. It was just less formal than it is presented here.
And are there individual identifiers as to the logon and as to the time and what the search is?
This is the evening of January 17th. It's also at approximately 9:59. It's within a second or two of the logon event, which is normal. Once we start up our computer, it does a lot in the background to include grabbing a known Wi-Fi if it's in a location.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit number 300.
Any objection?
No objection.
300?
Your Honor, I'm going to identify as Defense Exhibit 301. Sir, can you identify that?
Again,
And what, if anything, did you utilize of that data in your digital forensics analysis?
it's from the same laptop. It's just showing a Google website visit, opening up probably with Chrome. Again, just to sort of establish baseline activity as the computer is starting up.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit number 301.
Any objection?
No objection.
301?
Sir, can you identify what will be marked as Defense Exhibit number 302?
Again,
And what, if anything, do you recognize this information?
I do.
And what is this information?
This is part of the Google responsive documentation from the search warrant, and this just reflects a Google search that was conducted on the same evening on January 17th, 2023, around the same time, shortly after what we just saw the computer from starting up, or at least Mrs. Banfield's account logging on. This is at 9:59 and 52 seconds. And it's just the search term was Google search.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit number 302.
Any objection?
No objection.
302?
Now, sir, what's the significance of this in relation to the other logins and searches that you've discussed in this date frame?
So again, this is a search conducted under Mrs. Banfield's sort of personal account. We can see on the right-hand side, about in the middle, under evidence information, the source, we can see that it's the cbanfieldrn@gmail account, and I'm happy to circle that if it's helpful. So it's
Could you
just
describe where it is on the screen?
yeah, it's on the far right-hand column under the details, a little bit above, I guess, the midway point under evidence information source. And that's where we look to determine which account was registering the activity with Google servers on this date at this time.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit number 303. And sir, what, if anything, is this in relation to your digital forensic analysis of this date of January 17th, 2023?
So this is a navigation to the Facebook website using Google Chrome on Mrs. Banfield's laptop. And this occurred at 10:01 p.m. on the 17th.
Here, I move that in as defense exhibit number 303.
Any objection?
No objection.
303.
And sir, there's a highlighted portion there. Is that relating to the artifacts on the right-hand side?
Yeah, so whatever is in the middle highlighted will reflect, the details in the right-hand column will reflect that particular entry or that particular artifact.
I'm going to move to defense exhibit 304. Sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
And there's a highlighted portion down there. What does that relate to?
This is navigation within Facebook on the Facebook server, on the Facebook website, where the user of the laptop navigated to a media attachment within their respective Facebook account.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit 304.
Any objection?
No objection.
304.
Now, sir, the highlighted area correlates with the details and the artifacts in what way?
Basically, for every, in the middle, we have rows and columns, not unlike a spreadsheet. And so for what we have on the far right is the same information in the same order, just presented vertically. So we have URL, date visited, title, and we can see the corresponding rows on the far right. So we have title, type count, transition link, visit source, artifact type, and then it cuts off in the middle. But what you see continuing on the right vertically actually extends if I were to scroll over within the digital forensic software. It become too large to present in this view.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, exhibit 305. Oops. Sir, can you see exhibit 305?
Again,
Can you identify it?
again,
Is this your work product?
it is.
Your Honor, I move that in as exhibit 305.
Any objection?
No objection.
305.
Sir, what can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is it that we're looking at and the significance of any of the timing or the particular logins?
Yeah, so this is part of the Google responsive documentation. This is January 17th, 2023 at now approximately 10:03 p.m. And this is a login to the alleged suspect Gmail account, the CBRN920 at Gmail account. This came from the Banfield residence from a Windows computer.
And in terms of the timing of the previous logins and what's the significance of 10:03?
These are, I believe, presented in chronological order, and these are in close in time, rapid succession. I think we saw the login to the computer itself at 9:59. 10:01, we're in a Google search, or 10:01, we're into Facebook, downloading media, or.
All right. So did we learn anything new in the last time I broke in? Like I said, I'm pretty sure he's there the whole day. Let me look on my phone. But I'm pretty sure he's there the whole day. I think they're at lunch right now. Yeah, they're at lunch right now. 2:05. It is 1:52, so they're almost done with lunch. When they went to lunch, he was still on the stand. I'm not sure
Messages.
if he was done.
I was trying to get through, but I don't think I will, so it's probably good time.
Our lunch break at this point. Again, don't do any outside
No,
research.
he did not finish before lunch. So we will come back from lunch and still have Mr. Harry Lidsky. Wonderful. All right.
Navigating the media rather, and now 10:03, we're into the Gmail account.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to slide Defense Exhibit 306. Do you recognize this slide, sir?
I do.
Is this part of the digital forensics that you relied upon
It is.
and examined?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 306.
No objection.
06.
Sir, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about what these artifacts reveal?
This is a downloading of media from Facebook, downloading an image in particular.
And are you able to tell, based on this, what that image is?
We can see the file name of the image. It's probably easiest in the right-hand column. The second line down is file name. That's the name of the actual image. The download source is part of a more complex, data point. But this corresponds with the media that was on the on Facebook website viewed just a minute or two earlier.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit number 307. And sir, do you identify this? Can you identify this slide?
I can.
Okay. And is this something that you worked with in your digital forensics analysis?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit number 307.
No objection.
307.
And sir, if you could tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what it is we're looking at here.
So these are part of the Google responsive documents. This is the attachment to an email sent from the alleged suspect Gmail account to the alleged suspect Gmail account. It's the same file attachment to this email that was downloaded to the laptop on the previous exhibit.
And so emailing from the same email to the same email, what's the significance of that?
It's a way to send yourself data, send yourself, in this case, a picture.
And what, if anything, can you conclude regarding the artifacts in this slide?
It's the same picture that was downloaded from Mrs. Banfield's Facebook account a minute or so earlier.
Here, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit number 308. Sir, can you identify this
I can.
exhibit? And what, if anything, did you rely upon in your digital forensics analysis in this case?
So this is analysis from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device, her phone, and it's just communication occurring at about 10:04 p.m.
Here, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 308.
Any objection?
No objection.
308.
And sir, how does this, other than the timing of it, fit into the previous slides that you've analyzed?
The timing to me is most noteworthy. It shows that somebody is awake and using this device at the same time the other device is being used to exchange information that is centric to this investigation.
Here, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit number 309. Sir, can you identify this slide?
I can.
And what, if anything, does this show as part of your digital forensic examination?
This is about 40 minutes later in the evening, approximately 10:46 p.m. And this is back on the laptop and the initiation of the Photos app within Windows.
And the timing of that, is that significant relating to your investigation?
It is related to the FetLife account creation, yes.
And is that what January 17th is in terms of the connection to this case?
It is, yes.
Here, I move this Defense Exhibit number 309 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
309.
Here, I'm moved to the next slide, Defense Exhibit 310. Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
And explain, or can you just identify how it was used in your analysis?
This is part of the FetLife response to the search warrant that they received. It's the sort of most complete representation of the document that I can provide. It shows the location of the files provided, the raw files provided by FetLife, and then the particular text file associated with the account creation at FetLife.
Your Honor, move that in as defense exhibit number 310.
Any objection?
No objection.
310.
And sir, in looking at this slide, which you've identified, is the, can you just guide the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to the area where the, you've described each of these things, where it is in the file, what the location information is, and what was received from FetLife?
Sure. The text box to the right of the screen, or the right middle of the screen, is what FetLife actually provides. It's the raw data. It's a little choppy and tough to read. The columns of the associated data that they've collected and are reporting here is at the top. I realize it's wrapped around, which makes it worse, but we can see the user ID that we discussed earlier this morning, 163-63905. That is the user ID associated with this account. We can see sign up is the nature of this action. The verification email, the CDRN 920 account is listed here as well. And then we have date and time, of course, in UTC. So this is actually on January 17th, 2023 at approximately 10:47 and 56 seconds, so 10:48 p.m.
Here, I'm going to move to.
He's talking so fast, I think he's getting frustrated. But you know what? He's getting paid to be there. I mean, technically, I wonder how much he's being paid to go through all this. I mean, it's a lot of work. A lot of work for this.
Defense Exhibit 311. And sir, do you identify this?
I do.
And along with your analysis of this FetLife image, is this something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Here, I move that in as defense exhibit number 311.
Any objection?
No objection.
311.
Sir, can you explain the layout of this slide and the significance in your investigation?
Yeah, unfortunately, this is even worse than the one before it.
Just objection to the characterization of the
Sustain
evidence.
the
I'm
objection.
sorry. This is how FetLife captures the uploading of an image. So we can see JPG or JPEG, which is an image file. We see the date and the time. Aside from that, we see a lot of sizing and elements of the photo itself, the digital image itself, but there's not a lot here to link back to what we're talking about, other than FetLife is acknowledging that an image was uploaded as part of this account.
In terms of what you just said about sizing and the image and things like that, can you just point where that is within that grouping in the text box?
Well, we can see sort of dimensions, original width, format is JPEG, that's a picture, height, file size. So those are all aspects, that's all metadata of the image that was uploaded itself.
Here, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 312.
All right.
Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
And is this something that you relied upon in your digital forensics analysis?
It is.
Here, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 312.
Any objection?
No objection.
312.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of what this artifact and what this slide indicates relating to your digital forensic analysis?
So this is the actual picture that we saw sort of contextually in a raw format from the previous slide. So this is the photo that was uploaded and associated with this account on the evening of January 17th.
Here, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit 3. It's like 14.
314, you said?
Yes, it's number 314.
All right.
Sir, do you identify this? Can you identify this exhibit?
I can.
And does this relate to your analysis as in digital forensics in this case?
It does.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 314.
Any objection?
No objection.
314.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury while they have that before them, what it is that you're looking at and what you're relying on in arriving at conclusions with regard to January 17th, 2023.
Yeah, this was just, again, this is from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device. This is for context. This is to see at this important time, as far as the accounts in play in this investigation, are in focus, what was going on with the other devices. And this is just a look into what was happening on Mrs. Banfield's cellular phone at the time that other activity was happening on her laptop.
And the highlighted area is that have a relation to the artifact and the details on the right side of this?
It does. And for timing perspective, this is 10:43 p.m., approximately 10:43, 10:44 p.m. It appears to be benign, other than it might be informative as to what, we have a user on this device, somebody who's clearly awake. It seems to be benign in the topic, that is the site that was visited, which appears to be shopping.
Judge, I'm sorry. At this point, I would like to object as asked and answered. I mean, my notes reflect that we went over this
Yes, I'll
several
sustain,
days
I'll
ago.
sustain the
Thank you.
objection. Asked and answered.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 315. Sir, can you identify that?
I can.
And is this something that you utilized in your digital forensics analysis in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 316.
No objection to the exhibit. Objection is to any questions. We talked about the frozen tickets already.
I understand. So 316 is in evidence.
And sir, in terms of the details in the artifacts, what's significant regarding that?
It's just a continuation. It's just extended use of the device.
And the highlighted areas that reflect directly with the details and the evidence information?
It is. It does.
Sir, based upon the evidence and the analysis that you performed on the digital forensics relating to January 17th, 2023, can you opine as to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what was going on with the devices that you're talking about in these slides?
The laptop was absolutely used for important events or activity related to this investigation. It was part of the
Judge, I'm going to
kickoff.
object to the characterization as important.
Sustained.
It was used to kick off the FetLife account, which is central to our discussion over these past couple of weeks. The phone is informative as to use, the time of day, and the activity, the activity that's into a true account of Ms. Banfield's, that is the Facebook account, and the suspect account, that is the Gmail account, and the FetLife account are contemporaneous. They're going back and forth within seconds, if not minutes. To me, that's part of my analysis where I don't see a break. I don't see a loss of control of devices.
Thank you, sir. Let's move on to February 23rd. Your Honor, identifying, can Your Honor see Defense Exhibit 317?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sir, can you see the Exhibit 317, Defense Exhibit on your screen?
I can.
Okay. And we've moved on to February 23rd, 2023. What if anything, did you rely upon in your digital forensic analysis relating to this particular? Well, first of all, let's identify this as you use this information in order to do your digital forensic analysis.
Yes, this is part of what I analyzed.
Your Honor, I've moved this in as Defense Exhibit number 317.
Any objection?
No objection.
317.
Sir, what, if anything, did you rely upon in examining these artifacts?
This is analysis of Mr. Banfield's mobile device, and it's just a look at some of the activity that was occurring on the evening of February 23rd. And this is between 8:45 p.m. and 9:23 p.m., approximately 9:23 p.m.
All right, move on to defense exhibit number 318. Sir, can you see that slide?
I can.
And was this something that you analyzed as part of your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, may I move defendant exhibit 318 into evidence?
Any objection?
No objection.
318?
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you utilize this information contained in this slide in your digital forensic analysis?
Yeah, this is a similar snapshot, only into the phone of Ms. Mugleheiss. About the same window of time as the beginning at approximately 9:24 p.m., down at the bottom through approximately 9:43 p.m. The highlighted entry we can see on the artifact type is a biome user activity. This is the user of this device at essentially 9:35 p.m., 9:34 and 58 seconds, using Instagram at this particular point in time.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to defense exhibit 319. I'm sorry, Judge, was 317?
Yes, 318 is in evidence.
Was in evidence?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just saw it. I didn't see
Okay,
the
that's
green. Sir, can you identify this as defense exhibit 319?
Again,
Is this something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
it is.
Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit 319.
Any objection?
No objection.
Sir, if you can, explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to the way the slide is broken up, what the significant elements relating to your digital forensic analysis is.
This is part of the same sort of multi-device analysis across around this time period. So this is Ms. Banfield's mobile device. At the top, there's activity at about 8:51 p.m. and at the bottom there's 9:25. I think not to telegraph the next slide, but I think it continues. But same thing. We're just looking at what each respective device was doing at this time.
And the highlighted portion relates directly to the artifact information that's on the right-hand side?
It does, and I think I only highlighted that one to show where the screen cuts off to set up the next slide. It doesn't hold significance otherwise, to my knowledge.
Your Honor, I move to defense exhibit 320. Sir, can you identify that?
I can, yeah.
Is that something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit 320.
Any objection?
No objection.
320?
Mr. Litsky, can you explain to the ladies and the gentlemen of the jury what the significance of this particular artifact and the results that you're showing on this slide?
Yeah, so this is just a continuation of the activity we were looking at on the previous slide. This particular data set not only shows this time on this date, but this is focused on communication. The highlighted artifact, which I think is the same one from the previous slide, I found is something related possibly to Mrs. Banfield's work. But again, this is really just showing a sort of a bit of what I'd call a nonstop or continuous activity in the time frame reflected. That is here from about 9:25 p.m. through about 9:40 or 9:41 p.m.
And if you can just describe, you indicated that you found something that could possibly be linked to Ms. Banfield's work. What were you talking about?
Well, the particular artifact that's highlighted, you can see over on the right, is an exchange with a contact name that has ANOVA PICU in it. I'm familiar with that as where she was working.
Now, February 23rd is significant in terms of your analysis. How?
February 23rd is obviously the night before the incident. On the morning of the 24th, there was Telegram activity, substantial Telegram activity on the night of the 23rd. There was FetLife activity on the night of the 23rd. There were multiple login events on the night of the 23rd. I'm sure I'm missing something, but those come to mind.
We'll carry on. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 321. Sir, can you identify Defense Exhibit 321?
I can.
And is that something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 321.
Any objection?
No objection.
321?
Sir, if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, obviously there's a highlighted portion, but how does that interact with the artifacts and the evidence information that's on the right-hand side?
Yeah, so, my analysis on this particular date, at this particular time, my analysis showed that all relevant devices were at home. So we have what I believe is 3 adults in the house. We have 4 devices that are in focus here, 3 mobile phones, and a laptop. This is the laptop, and we're looking at about the same period of time here. This first artifact is at approximately 9:34 p.m., and the last one that's visible on this slide is 10:22 p.m.
And who's the owner of the laptop?
This is Ms. Banfield's laptop.
Okay. Here, I'll move on to Defense Exhibit 322. Sir, can you identify that?
Again,
Is that something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
it is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 322.
Any objection?
No objection.
322.
Sir, if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what it is we're looking at and the relationship between the highlighted portion and the artifact and evidence information on the right-hand side.
Of course. So this is part of the Google responsive records. As part of this investigation, Google logged this particular search, this Google search, from, and this is associated with Ms. Banfield's true name account, the C Banfield RN at Gmail account. We could see on the source information over on the right-hand column about midway down. And this is a search for kid-friendly resorts in the Dominican Republic. This was on February 23rd, 2023 at approximately 9:34 and 15 seconds. If you care to back up one slide, we'll see this corresponds to what we saw on the laptop. Should be within a second or two.
Okay, let me see if I can do that.
Judge, I'll stipulate that they're at the same time.
All right. They're stipulated.
So this is corroboration that the activity on the laptop is what actually happened on Google servers.
Here, I'm going to move on to Defendant's Exhibit 323. Sir, can you identify this slide?
Again,
And is this something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
it is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 323.
Any objection?
No objection.
323.
Now, sir, there's a highlighted portion which, does that correspond with the artifact and evidence information on the right?
It is. This was another Google search initiated by the user of this device on this evening.
And what, if anything else, is significant in terms of your analysis?
Well, the timing, of course, of the evening of the 23rd at 9:34 p.m. The theme, we're searching, a different search string, but for resorts in the Dominican Republic.
Here, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 324.
All right.
Sir, can you see Defense Exhibit 324?
Again,
And is this something you rely upon in your digital forensic analysis?
it is.
Here, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 324.
Any objection?
No objection.
324.
Sir, there's a highlighted portion. Does that correspond with the artifact information, evidence information on the right-hand side?
It does. These are the Google responsive records, similar to what we saw in 322, just confirming that the user of this device, Ms. Banfield's laptop, conducted the search.
And what's the significance of the information that's provided there?
The search term was 21, or the visited website was 21 best family resorts in the Dominican Republic for 2023. It was a search that was conducted at 9:34 and 33 seconds p.m.
Here, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 325. Sir, is this a different device?
This is.
And sir, is this something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
Here, I move in Defense Exhibit number 325.
Any objection?
No objection.
325.
So what, if anything, can you explain to the jury as to the highlighted portion, the user, the device that was being used, and the significance of the content of the artifacts?
So again, same evening, February 23rd, at about 9:34 p.m. It looks like it's part of a group exchange. Seems to be, it's possibly related to a work bulletin board reference. This is from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device.
Here, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit number 326. Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
Again,
And is this something that you rely upon in your digital forensics analysis?
it is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit number 326.
Any objection?
No objection.
326.
Sir, is this the laptop?
It is.
Okay, and what if anything relating to the highlighted portion and the artifacts that you're showing on the right-hand side?
So this is an activation of the Telegram app at 9:35, approximately 9:35 p.m. on the evening of the 23rd. We just looked at other devices at 9:34 and change. They were engaged in Google searches for resorts in the Dominican, on the phone, text messages with friends or colleagues. And now we have Telegram activation in use on the laptop at 9:35 and 16 seconds.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to defendant's exhibit number 327. I'm sorry, did I introduce that in
Yes,
evidence?
it's in evidence.
Sorry. Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
Is that a digital artifact that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
It is. It's just a close-up, more detail of the Telegram information from the previous slide.
Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit number 327.
Any objection?
No objection.
327?
Sir, if you can, what is it that's significant to you as a digital forensic examiner as to the artifact information and the information on this slide?
Well, Telegram use is of obvious import to me. That was an essential component to the investigation or my review and analysis. The timing also contemporaneous to the other activity we observed across devices from associated with the three users in this investigation. This particular activation only ran for about 2 minutes. We see a start and end time. So Telegram was active from 9:35 and 16 seconds to 9:37 and 5 seconds. So just under 2 minutes.
And this was on the laptop?
This was from the laptop, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to what will be marked as defense exhibit 328.
All right.
Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
And where is this originate from?
This is from the Telegram exchange that I believe was extracted by Detective Miller from Mr. Ryan's phone.
And what, if any, Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit number 328.
Any objection?
No objection.
328?
And sir, this is well, what if anything is significant about this towards your analysis as to the digital forensics analysis in this case? So
with the blue text exchange or the blue message exchange on the left-hand side dated February 24th, 2023 at 2:35 and 47 seconds a.m. That's what corresponds to the timing. If we back our 5 hours out, that is 9:35 from the previous evening. So this particular exchange corresponds with the Telegram activation we saw on the laptop. The message immediately after as well.
Are you able to identify the parties here?
The green account, which is a message from the previous day, is associated with Mr. Ryan's device. The blue are messages associated with the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield.
And is there significance? Well, what's the device that appears with both parties?
There's not a device attribution available to us on this particular slide, but there's a correlation between Telegram. We have Telegram active on the laptop, and we have these messages at the same time.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the slide to what will be Defense Exhibit 213, which I think has already been introduced.
213. 213 is in evidence.
And sir, you reviewed this, I guess, conversation on FetLife?
I did.
Is that part of your analysis?
On Telegram.
I'm sorry, on Telegram.
Yes.
What, if anything, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of these artifacts?
This is the next page from the previous slide, so it's just a continuation. We see, if we recall, that Telegram was active from 9:35 to 9:37. The 4 blue box messages from the previous slide and the 2 here, or the 2 from the previous slide and 2 here, line up with that timing.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 330. Sir, can you identify this slide?
Again.
And is this related to your analysis in digital forensics, or your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
And there's a highlighted portion there. Well, Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 330.
Any objection?
No objection.
330.
Sir, can you point out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's a highlighted portion. Does that relate to the artifact and evidence information on the right-hand side?
It is. This is back to the laptop. So this is a continuation of the website activity that was occurring on the laptop on this particular date and time. If we look actually at the first 5 rows, and there's some repetition here, but we see activity, we see the kid-friendly resort search We see the 21 best family resort searches that we discussed earlier, both at 9:34, 17 seconds apart. And then we have a gap. We saw Telegram being used from 9:35 to 9:37. And then here, this highlighted artifact at 9:37 and 45 seconds, we have what I would call an immediate resumption of the vacation destination searches right after the Telegram conversation was completed and the Telegram app was closed.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 331. Sir, can you identify that slide?
I can.
And is that something that was related to your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
You're going to move this in as Defense Exhibit 331.
Any objection? No objection. 331.
Sir, if you can, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, just explain the significance of this artifact and the matching results.
So this is a continuation of the slide before. If we look at the overall, picture that was developing from the laptop, we saw the login, I think, right at just before 10 o'clock. We went straight into searches for resort type activity. We had the Telegram activity at 9:35 to 9:37. And this is a continuation. We see the resort search continues, or the vacation destination search continues on this particular slide from 10:35 all the way down to 10:50, almost 10:51 p.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide, which would be Defense Exhibit 332. Sir, can you identify that slide?
Yeah, I can.
Is that something that you reviewed in your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 332.
Any objection?
No objection.
332.
What, if anything, can you highlight or explain what was part of your digital forensics in this artifact and this matching result?
Yeah, and this is just the final activity that was truncated from the previous slide. So this extends through 10:55 p.m. The last website visit or web history on the laptop was for the Royalton Bavaro Resort and Casino, I believe located in the Dominican Republic.
Your Honor, I move on to Defense Exhibit number 333. Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
Again,
And is this something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
it is.
Your Honor, move in Defense Exhibit number 333.
Any objection?
No objection.
333.
What, if anything, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to the artifacts and how it relates to the previous artifacts that you've discussed?
So this is a analysis from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device, her cellular phone. This is a message to Mr. Banfield's device at 11:01, approximately 11:02 p.m. If we look, we can see the highlighted row. If we look above that, we see the last activity on the device, at least with regard to communication, that occurred at 9:51 p.m. So there's a gap, at least in communication, on the mobile phone until about 11. The message that was sent through Facebook messaging was a link to Royalton Resorts Punta Cana website. So we saw that was the last artifact observed on the laptop. So I see connectivity. I see searches. We saw almost 90 minutes of searches, mostly for resorts in the Dominican Republic on the laptop. And now the first thing we see within minutes of the end of the activity on the laptop is a message related to those, I'd say related to those searches on the phone.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit 334. Sir, do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what, if anything, was related to your investigation in this slide?
This is one of the crime scene photos provided, taken by the Fairfax County Police Department, I believe Detective Leach's unit or he himself. This is from the kitchen area of a wall calendar.
And here I move this in as Defense Exhibit number 334.
Any objection?
No objection.
334.
Sir, what, if anything, is significant in terms of the picture that you have before you as Defense Exhibit 334?
Well, the next slide, so this is the sort of the investigative work, take a general picture, and then if things of interest, we zoom in and take successive pictures. So the next slide, I think we'll give a clearer.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move on
Answer.
to what would be identified as Defense Exhibit 335.
335.
Sir, can you identify that?
Again,
And what, if anything, and was this something that you used as part of your analysis in this case?
I did.
Your Honor, move that in as defense exhibit number 335.
Any objection?
No objection.
335.
So, sir, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how this piece of evidence was part of your digital forensic analysis?
Well, again, this is another crime scene photo, closer in view, so we can see what's actually on the calendar. This is one of a few pictures, but in the top left here, we can see the Royalton Bavaro Splash Water Park is written on the calendar. And so, again, contextually, an artifact on a computer or in a text message may not, they can mean something, they might not mean something. The fact that we saw extensive research, or I observed extensive research on the laptop about resorts, immediately transferred over to the phone and communicated from Mrs. Banfield's device to Mr. Banfield's device, and now calendar entry, although it's without, date or month, to me, it seems like it was a part of a vacation plan.
And are there any other aspects to this calendar that you relied upon?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to defense exhibit number 336. What, if anything, is this, sir?
This is just an even closer view of the particular piece of information.
Your Honor, move that in as defense exhibit 336.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, 336.
Here, I'm going to move on to defense exhibit 337. Sir, can you identify this defense exhibit 337? Is this something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
Here, I move that in as defense exhibit number 337.
Any objection?
No objection.
337.
Is this, what device is this relating to, sir?
This is Mrs. Banfield's laptop.
Okay, and there's a highlighted area. Does that correspond with the artifact and evidence information on the right-hand side?
It does.
What, if anything else, is significant in your analysis, if you could just let the ladies and gentlemen of the jury know?
So this is another Telegram activation at approximately 10:59 p.m. on the night of the 23rd. It runs for about 2 or 3 minutes.
Your Honor, move on to defense exhibit number 338. Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
I can. It's the same artifact from the previous slide, just a close-up with, in case the detail is more.
Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit number 338.
Any objection?
No objection.
338.
And sir, same information regarding timing. Is there anything else additional other than this is a bigger picture of it?
Yeah, it's just a bit easier to see.
And this is, I'm sorry, was this also from the laptop?
This is from the laptop, yes.
Your Honor, I move on to defense exhibit number 339. Sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what, if anything, did you rely on in this, or did you rely on this in your digital forensic analysis?
I did.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit number 339.
Any objection?
No objection.
339.
And what, if any, significance does this particular artifact have in relation to the testimony regarding February 23rd that you've given up to this point?
It's a secondary use of the Telegram app, kickoff of the Telegram application on the laptop. This one ran substantially.
I'm here. I had to take Lee out. Sorry. It is so cold. Like it just hits my body and I just freeze up. I don't know if it's me or does the judge seem like she's about over it? I'm thinking she's about over it, right? So let's keep going.
Longer. This kicked off at 11:06 p.m., approximately 11:06 p.m., and ran for a full 45 minutes through to 11:49, almost 11:50 p.m.
Your Honor, move on to defense exhibit number 340. Sir, do you recognize Exhibit 340?
I do.
And what's the significance of these FetLife messages?
These are telegram messages.
Oh, I'm sorry, Telegram messages.
The first one is from the account reporting to that of Mrs. Banfield, and it kicks off at 10:59 p.m., so in line with the Telegram desktop application on her laptop.
Here, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit number 341. I'm sorry, can we move Exhibit 340 into evidence?
Any objection?
No objection.
340.
341. Sir, can you, I'm sorry, identified as Exhibit 341, Your Honor.
341.
Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
I can.
And it was
The prosecutor, I've noticed, her problem is she thought it was going to be clean cut dry. They were going to be done. They weren't going to call any witnesses. This trial would have been done last week. Guilty verdict in the bag for her. She figured that that's how it was going to go. None of them, they might have gotten their paper for who they were going to call, but I don't think they actually thought that they were going to call and be on all these witnesses for as much as they are. I think they surprised them. Do you think Mr. Brendan will still take the trial, or what do you guys think? Also, if you're going to be in the replay, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Thank you.
Is this something that you used in your analysis, your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 341.
Any objection?
No objection.
341.
Sir, what's the significant in terms of the timeline that you're following regarding your digital forensic analysis for February 23rd, 2023?
This is part of the extended and running Telegram conversation between the account reporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield and Mr. Ryan, Mrs. Banfield in blue, or the account reporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield in blue and Mr. Ryan in green. This is in line with the Telegram activation beginning at approximately 10:59 p.m. on the laptop, running all the way through 11:49.
Your Honor, move to the next slide, Defendant's Exhibit 342. Sir, can you see that slide?
I can.
And was this a slide that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, I'm going to move this in as Defense Exhibit number 342.
Any objection?
No objection.
342.
Sir, what, if anything, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to this particular artifact on the night of February 23rd, 2023?
Yeah, this is access to what appears to be Mrs. Banfield's resume on the laptop. And it was done in the middle of the activity we just discussed, the middle of the Telegram activation, the middle of the Telegram exchanges between the account reporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield and Mr. Ryan.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to slide Defendant's Exhibit 343.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Judge, did I introduce the last one to the
Yes.
evidence? Okay, thank you.
342.
Sir, can you see the Exhibit 343 on your screen?
I can.
Okay, and this is an artifact that you relied upon in your digital forensics analysis?
It is.
And Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 343.
Any objection?
No objection.
343.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how this artifact fits into your testimony up to this point?
This is a login, as reported by Google, to the alleged suspect Gmail account, the CBRN 920 Gmail account, occurring from a Windows computer within the Banfield residence on the evening of February 23rd, 2023 at approximately 11:09 p.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, which is Defendant's Exhibit 344. Sir, can you identify Defendant's Exhibit 344?
I can.
And the highlighted portion, does that correspond with the artifact information?
It does.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 344.
Okay, 344 in evidence.
What, if anything, can you explain as to your digital forensic analysis and how this was utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
So this is from analysis of Ms. Muggleheis's mobile device. And so not just the artifact that's highlighted, but the few or a couple after it as well. This just shows what was going on her device at the time of the Google login we just looked at, which I believe was just shy of 11:09 p.m. So her device was engaged, it looks like, in message exchanges on Facebook. We also see a launch of the Facebook Messenger app. We see the phone going from portrait to landscape, orientation, and all of the other artifacts sort of surrounding this. These are in chronological order.
This is a good time to break.
I was trying to get through it, but I don't think I will, so it's probably a good time.
All right, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go and take our lunch break at this point. Again, don't do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody, okay? Thank you.
Come on, Judge, ask him how much longer he's got. I mean, I feel like I'm on limited time over here. At this point, it's borrowed.
Again, since you're testifying, don't discuss your testimony with anybody, okay? Let's come back at 2:05 then, all right?
Thank you.
All right.
Oh, Judge, you're failing me, man. So, how are we feeling? Do we feel like Brandon has a fighting chance? I mean, that lawyer, man, he is fighting for him. I wonder how much he's getting paid. That's what I want to know. And I want to know why the judge couldn't ask how much longer he had. I feel at this point I'm living on borrowed time. Oh, this is crazy. I've never in all my trials. So after this one, depending on when it ends. So next week, I gotta lift up my computer here, my laptop. January. The 29th, tomorrow, they're doing Kimberly Sullivan. She's the one with the house fire, the disabled son that was locked in the room. I don't think I'll get to that one. Only because this one will not be done. So I'm going to go into February. And the one I can see, because Dwayne Keefe or whatever, his is now pushed to August 10th. It was supposed to start the 9th of February, but no more. Corey Richards will not be televised. So we can do the Alex Murdaugh appeals retrial. His retrial for his appeals. Or there's nothing that whole week after, or we got the Jarvis Butts. He is the one that unalived his niece due to allegedly impregnating her. They've never found her body. Sad story. Whatever one I decide, and you guys can help me if you want to leave a comment or let me know which one you would like me to cover. But the only one I can really see that would take up time, I mean, because I'm paying for the StreamYard. I mean, it's $50 a month. I want to get my money's worth. Is the thing with Alex Murdaugh would be the next one. And I'll kind of do some things in between time. Like I said, I'm going to start doing some short missing, unalived, things like that. Of the more unknown cases that people haven't covered as much of. Because I got to figure something out. So that's really all I wanted to talk about for right now. It's 1:42. Oh, I forgot to tell you it was Wednesday, January 28th. Also, please leave a comment and leave a thumbs up, or if you didn't like the live, leave a thumbs down. Either way, trying to get it out in the algorithm to let people know that I was live and I was covering this trial. Not a bad person. I mean, everybody's going to do commentary when they're watching someone's live. So get used to it if you want to watch a YouTuber. If not, then just go to the station that's covering it. So I will let you know which one I decide to do. The Jarvis Butts is televised. The Corey Richens will not be, but I can do updates. Like I can do a short video on updates every day. I got to figure out how to do, I got to figure out how to do the editing and stuff. I have no idea. That's the only reason why I haven't done it. So, well, let's continue. And Mr.
All right, your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense Exhibit 344 was already introduced, correct?
It's in evidence.
Thank you. So looking at Defense Exhibit 344, what, if anything, did you review as part of your digital forensic analysis?
This is analysis from the mobile device of Ms. Muggleheis, and this particular artifact and the ones just before and just after are all occurring around 11:08, 11:09, and various seconds. There are some redundancies in here. Many artifacts you'll see repeated twice. They're just different parts of the phone responding to a user action. And we can see just below the blue highlight artifact, which is a Facebook message being sent by Ms. Muggleheis. We can see that the Facebook Messenger application is being launched around the same time, both before and after.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, Defense Exhibit 345. Sir, can you see the screen?
I can.
And can you identify Defense Exhibit 3045 as something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
It is, and I did.
Can I move that in as Defense Exhibit 345?
Any objection?
No,
Dr. 345?
Sir, if you can just review this particular slide as to the importance to your digital forensic analysis and let the jury know what was important to you.
So there are a couple of exchanges here that are relevant. One particular, this date and the prior exchanges. So the highlighted exchange on the bottom is from this particular evening that we're discussing, February 23rd, 2023 at 11:11 p.m. The one prior to that is part of the exchange. The one prior to that is part of the same exchange. So we have the second one from the top is from February 18th, but it's expressing from the account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield, saying that looking like my next availability is Friday, 2:24 in the morning, if that works. And then we have the response to that on the morning of the 23rd, and then we have a response from the account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield late in the evening on the 23rd as well. So it's a back and forth discussing a potential get together, and this is on FetLife.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defendant's Exhibit 346. Sir, can you identify the items in the slide, Defendant's Exhibit number 346, and if they are items that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
They are. This is a portion of the FetLife responsive documents pursuant to the search warrant.
If I could just hold it for 1 second, Your Honor, I'd move that into Defendant's Exhibit 346.
Any objection?
No objection.
346?
Sorry, please go ahead, Mr. Litsky.
No.
If you can tell, let me give you a question. If you can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is you relied upon as to this slide in your digital forensic analysis in this case.
So this was somebody initiated a password reset of the FetLife account on the night of February 23rd, 2023 at approximately 11:14 p.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, which is Defendant's Exhibit 347.
So February 23rd, a reset of the passcode to MetLife was changed. And this was the evening before the unaliving of Christine and Joseph. So maybe we are going to start to get into something interesting.
Sir, can you see this slide?
I can.
And is this something you relied on in your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit number 347.
Any objection?
No objection.
347?
Sir, what can you point out, or what was the important part of this artifact and the matching results that show?
So this is analysis from Ms. Muggleheis's mobile device. And starting at the top, we can see user attributable activity consistently from approximately 11:13 p.m. Right through to a launch of Netflix, which is the highlighted row at 11:14 and 21 seconds. So all of this activity was occurring on her device, Ms. Muggleheis's device, at the time the password was being reset to the FetLife account.
Now, as to the date of February 23rd, 2023, have you rendered an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the use of devices on this day?
I have.
Can you provide that?
Consistent with my other opinions that catfishing did not occur.
Objection, conclusion as to the ultimate issue here. You can testify.
What's your objection? What's your approach?
Objection, speculation.
Let's go.
So catfishing did not occur according to him. But I already thought they said it didn't.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
So I based that opinion on what we've seen throughout the slides from the evening of February 23rd. We saw the laptop from log on around 10 p.m. straight through until almost 11 p.m., where aside from a brief injection of Telegram usage at 9:35 p.m., we saw searches exclusively for Dominican resorts. Right about 11 o'clock p.m., we saw the activity on the laptop stop and the phone start with regard to the resorts. And so the resort searches ran up through 11 p.m., transferred over to the phone where we saw a text message between Mrs. Banfield's device and Mr. Banfield's device on Facebook Messenger regarding the resort. So I've, based on the connectivity between the topics, the idea that somebody was independently using the laptop to search for resorts and Mrs. Banfield, alone with her phone, happened upon the same resort.
Judge, objection calls for speculation.
Sustained at this time.
So the laptop.
Wait for another question. Please sustain the objection.
In terms of connectivity of devices, what's important in the analysis of digital forensics?
Well, with digital forensics, as it pertains to this investigation, I'm looking for that break. I'm looking for, was one user absent from a device for an extended period of time that might present an opportunity for the device to be misappropriated by another person?
So does the state just want the jury to think that Christine and Brendan didn't associate at all? Like maybe they were going to go on a vacation? are they trying to give the jury an idea that he just plain out didn't love his wife? Because I think he did. I think he just got stupid, in my opinion, and fell in love with someone else. It's not unusual. It's happened many times. This isn't the first time, and it won't be the last time. So for them to give the jury an idea that they didn't talk amongst each other or text each other, I think is really wrong.
Who then used it for a different purpose. I didn't see that. I saw continuous activity for the 90-minute period leading up to 11 o'clock on the laptop. Then I saw activity continuous both in topic and in use on the phone regarding the resorts. At 11 o'clock, 10:59 and change on the laptop, it began a sustained period of use with the Telegram app and extended communication between the account purporting to be that of Christine Banfield and that of Joe Ryan. So those three aspects of the analysis inform the conclusion that I've arrived at.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to February 24th. This would be identified as Defense Exhibit 348. Sir, do you identify this exhibit relating to February 24th, 2023?
I do.
And was this something that you utilized in your analysis of digital forensics?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit number 348.
Any objection? 348?
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at and what it is that you relied on in arriving at your conclusions regarding February 24th, 2023?
This is analysis from Mrs. Banfield's laptop from the morning of February 24th, 2023. This is a Telegram activation. That is, the app is opened and in use at 6:03 a.m., approximately 6:03 a.m. that morning.
And Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit number 349. Sir, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
And did you use this in your analysis of digital forensics in this case?
I do. I did.
Your Honor, I move in Defendant's Exhibit number 349.
Any objection?
No objection.
349?
So what, if any, significance is this particular slide compared to the previous artifact?
Oh, the previous artifact was Telegram being activated on the laptop. And here are corresponding messages from the relevant accounts. That is the one purporting to be that of Christine Banfield and that of Joe Ryan.
Here, I'm going to move to the, I'm sorry, yes, I'm going to move to the next slide, which would be Defense Exhibit 350. Sir, can you see that slide?
I can.
And can you identify it?
I can. This is essentially the same as 348, just to reflect the end time of the Telegram activation.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit number 350.
Any objection? No objection. 350?
And what's the significant portions of this exhibit?
Yeah, just re-showing it with focus now at the end, again, going in chronological order. We have the start at 6:03, then we saw some messages. This is the end of the Telegram desktop activation, at least this instance of it, occurring at approximately 6:26 a.m.
Here, I'm going to move to Exhibit number 351. Sir, can you see this exhibit?
I can.
And can you identify it?
I can.
And was this something that you utilized in your analysis of the digital forensics in this case?
It is.
Here, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 351.
Any objection?
No objection.
351?
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is it that you utilize from this to help inform your opinions?
This is analysis from Ms. Magalhaes' cell phone, and this shows the first steps or the first physical activity that the device recorded on the morning of February 24th, 2023. The first row is highlighted, which is step activity recorded by the phone itself. The second line down also includes activity from her Apple Watch, which was imported into the phone. So you'll see, we can see phone and watch recorded movement.
And what's the significance of the times in this analysis?
Well, according to her phone, the first steps she took that morning were 22 minutes after the Telegram application was used on Miss Banfield's device, her laptop.
Your Honor, I would move to defense exhibit number 352. Sir, can you see that defense exhibit number 352?
I can.
And is that something you relied on in your analysis for this case?
It is.
And Your Honor, I'd move this in as defense exhibit number 352.
Any objection?
No objection.
352.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury relating to 352 the significance of this document and this data?
Sure. In trying to apply some context in analyzing different aspects of the devices available to me, in this case, we could see a bit of a defined break, I think, in sort of inactivity to user attributable activity on Ms. Muggle-Heiss's cell phone. So this analysis from her cell phone. So everything above the blue highlighted row is sort of background activity that the phone might initiate on its own. But the first user-initiated activity, and an unlock is a user-initiated activity, doesn't occur until 6:27 on the morning of the 24th. And that's in proximity, I'd say, to the motion activity we saw on the prior slide.
And when you're talking about unlock activity, is that something that requires action?
It is. iPhones unlock only when a user causes it to unlock.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide. It should be exhibit 353. Sir, do you see that slide?
I do.
And is this something you relied upon in arriving at your conclusions as to the 24th of February 2023?
It is.
Here, I move this in as defense exhibit 353.
Any objection?
No objection.
353.
Sir, if you can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you relied upon and what was part of your analysis relating to this case.
Sure. Again, this is from Ms. Muggle-Heiss's cell phone. I think I alluded to this a moment ago. This is just to reflect her watch, a bit off in timing from her phone, but similarly in the 6:30-ish hour, recording his first steps of the morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to defense exhibit 354. So do you recognize this picture?
I do.
And what, if anything, did you utilize this picture for in your analysis?
Just to, for relative location of Mr. Banfield on this morning at a point in time.
Your Honor, I may move this in as defense exhibit 354.
Any objection?
No objection.
354.
Your Honor, I move forward with the slide to defense exhibit 355. Sir, is this a slide that you relied upon in your investigation of this case?
It is. It's part of the surveillance video from McDonald's.
Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit 355.
Any objection?
No objection.
355.
And what if anything is significant regarding this still picture?
This is just, again, I think it shows us where Mr. Banfield was at a particular time on the morning of February 24th.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to defendant's exhibit 356. And so what, if any, use did you have for this in your investigation of this case?
Yeah, it's a continuation of the McDonald's. These are stills from the McDonald's surveillance video we saw earlier. Again, just ascertaining where Mr. Banfield was at a particular time, in this case, 7:37 on the 24th of February, 2023.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defendant's Exhibit 356.
Any objection?
No objection.
356.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defendant's Exhibit 357. Sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
And is this something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
And can you just describe what this is briefly?
This is further analysis from Ms. Magalhaes' cell phone. Again, recording movement from both the phone, in this case, from the phone itself.
And there's a highlighted portion. Does that coincide with the artifact information and the evidence information on the right-hand side?
It does.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 357.
No objection.
All right, 357.
Your Honor, I'm moving to Defense Exhibit 358. Sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
And do you recognize the, or did you use this in your digital forensic analysis?
I did.
Okay, and Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 358.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
358.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of these artifact and evidence information and matching results?
I can. So this slide and the one before it, if you want to jump back to it, one reflects, the first one reflected the steps Ms. Magalhaes took that morning between approximately 7:18 and 7:24 a.m. This particular slide reflects the steps recorded by her watch between approximately 7:23 a.m. and 7:24 a.m. Both devices are consistent in that they recorded steps up to around 7:24 a.m. And then they didn't.
Sir, I'm going to take this opportunity to go back, as you indicated in the other slide. And can you point out to the ladies and gentlemen jury what your comparison was?
Sure. So, and these are the phone steps. They start a bit earlier. The successive 3 rows are watch steps incrementally. So they sort of span the same time frame, but they record the data in different ways. So this is 7:18 to 7:24. The steps recorded until the step activity stops. In this case, it's 7:24:04 a.m. And then on the watch, 3 rows down, which is reflected on the other slide, we also similarly see that the step count stops at 7:24 and 9 seconds a.m.
And let's look back at the original one you were looking at.
Yep.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to slide Defense Exhibit 358.
Yeah, I looked over and my phone or my computer, my laptop was about to shut down. This StreamYard, man, it'll eat a battery in no time. This computer was fully charged. Fully charged. So what are we thinking? Same thing from before? That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they're just confusing the jury and bringing all this evidence. I mean, they're going to have a lot of evidence to look at. I wonder what the poll's going to look like when it's time. Oh, yeah, don't forget to go over to Verdict Watch and join. We do talk about the trials. We do polls, all kinds of conversations going on over there. It's a really great group of people. So, yeah. I'll put the link here in a minute when I'm done here talking for the commentary. I got to make it fair use, you know, which I think I've done pretty good today. I better mute it because the mailman's here and Leah will go crazy. Okay, here we go.
359, sorry. Sir, are you familiar with this?
I am.
Is this something you relied on your for your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, move in this defense exhibit number 359.
Any objection?
No objection.
359.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the significance of this artifact?
So this is further analysis from Ms. Magalhaes' cell phone, and this shows us the resumption of activity, of physical activity of steps beginning at approximately 7:42 a.m. This was recorded by her phone.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to defense exhibit number 360. Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is it?
This is a geolocation point that Ms. Magalhaes' iPhone automatically plotted for her. It's referred to a parked car location.
Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit 360.
Any objection?
No objection.
360.
Sir, explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that interacts with the previous artifacts that you've discussed.
From my understanding of the facts of the investigation was that for a period of time, Ms. Magalhaes left the house, remained in her car on the morning of the 24th, and then exited when Mr. Banfield arrived back at home, and together they entered the house at some point. I believe the timing of the step count on both devices stopping at 7:24. We haven't seen the watch yet, but it resumes as the iPhone did right around 7:42 a.m. So both devices stop recording movement at 7:24 approximately, resume at approximately 7:42, and we have a parked car location that the iPhone automatically detected just before 7:42. So I believe this is the time where Ms. Magalhaes, at least her devices, but may have been located in the car.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to defense exhibit 361. Sir, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
And was this something you used in your analysis for this case?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit 361.
Any objection?
No objection.
361.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what this slide shows, including the highlighted part?
I do. This is, as I mentioned a moment ago, this is Ms. Magalhaes' cell phone reporting the activity recorded by her Apple Watch. So this again shows the resumption of steps in and around 7:42 a.m. on the morning of the 24th.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to defense exhibit number 362. Sir, can you identify this exhibit number 362?
I can.
And is this something that you relied upon in arriving at your digital forensics conclusions in this case?
It is.
Can you explain, Your Honor, move this in as exhibit 362?
Any objection?
No objection.
362.
Can you explain this exhibit and how it's significant?
Wow, the defense is up to 362 exhibits. Good thing they're all on a hard drive, a disk, because I'd be like, oh, heck no. Could you imagine all that paper? What trial was that they said they had a lot of, I think maybe Kohlberger? Maybe. But they're, oh no, the Indiana trial, the Rick. Yeah, there was a bunch, like tons of evidence. Tons and tons of evidence. Oh, I forgot to post the thing. Anyways, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe my live. And even if you don't like it, just put a thumbs down. Maybe leave me a comment saying hi. Something. Let me know you're here. All right, here we go.
In terms of February 24th, 2023.
So this is analysis from Ms. Banfield's laptop. This recorded a Windows logon for Ms. Banfield's profile at approximately 7:33 on the morning of the 24th. It's significant in that Mr. Banfield was at McDonald's.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
It's significant that Mr. Banfield was recorded on surveillance video at McDonald's. And Ms. Magalhaes' step count and devices appear to reflect inactivity corresponding with the time she may have been in her car outside of the house. Which, to me, that leaves, potentially one person in the house who, just by process of elimination, would have been responsible for this activity.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sir, we'll move on to Defense Exhibit 363. Sir, can you identify that?
Again,
And what, if anything, did you rely on this as your analysis for digital forensics?
I did.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 363.
Any objection?
No objection.
363?
Sir, what, if any, significance does this have as to the analysis of February 24th, 2023?
So this is, I've spoken a number of times, I believe, about security identifier profile or security ID or SID. It's the long number. We can see in the highlighted row in the middle. It's also appears on the right. This is just a look at that security identifier and the details associated with it. So this is looking on the far left, we can see this is a look into the user accounts that are present on this laptop with this security identifier highlighted. And then on the right, we can see all of the details, obviously the full name of Christine Banfield, the username, which is an email address, and the rest of her profile attributes.
And sir, based upon all of these exhibits that you've now explained to the jury, did you have an opportunity to come to a opine about the devices that were being used this day to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I did.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that opinion is?
I believe Mrs. Banfield was awake that morning.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained. We have to stick with the devices. Yes.
Mrs. Banfield's laptop was manipulated at a point where other devices had left, I believe, had left the residence, and before anybody, to include Mr. Ryan, had arrived at the residence.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I don't have any further questions, sir.
Cross-examination?
Thank you.
I'm in shock. Oh my God.
Sorry. I'll clear it.
But I'm pretty sure they still get the guy on Zoom. Come on, lady, don't be taking all day. I don't think Brandon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dan.
How are you?
Well, thank you.
All right, so let's just go chronologically. I think it's probably a bit clearer that way. We start back on January 9th, 2023, 11:10 p.m. The Gmail account is created on a Samsung device. Is that correct?
Mobile device, yes.
Okay, and a Samsung S21 is owned by both Christine and Brendan Banfield. Is that correct?
His government phone.
Okay. You told us that
Sorry.
Juliana's phone is not in the house on that day, but Brendan Banfield's devices are both present, correct?
To my knowledge, they were, yes.
Okay. When we then move to January 17th, 2023, we have what I'm going to ask the court share as
Yes.
defenses 128 previously admitted. If I can have just a second to get to it. If that could be shared with the jury.
Yes.
All right, so this is the photograph that we know to be taken of Christine Banfield by herself at Lifetime Fitness. Were you able to establish, as our investigators did, that this was Lifetime Fitness?
I saw that they had established it, and I didn't see anything to.
Okay, so, and this is taken at 7 p.m.-ish, correct?
This is actually the sending of the photo from Mrs. Banfield to Mr. Banfield. The prior slide was the taking of the photo at 7:20, but this is the photo that was taken.
Perfect, you're moving us right along. So she sends the photo to her husband, who then comments, nice, right?
Yes, down at the bottom, in the middle.
Okay, so While she's at Lifetime Fitness, she takes this selfie, sends it to her husband via Facebook Messenger. He comments, nice. And then just before 10 o'clock, someone with access to cbanfieldrn@gmail.com logs onto a laptop in the Banfield home, accesses Facebook, and pulls this picture down. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And then sends this picture using CBRN 920 to CBRN 920, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then this picture is taken and added to the new FetLife account, correct?
It was manipulated in between.
Okay, so by manipulated, it was cropped, correct?
It was cropped.
Okay, so the laptop in the house belonging to the Banfields joins FetLife all while logged in as CBRN 920 at Gmail, right?
My understanding is the laptop was actually owned by Anova. And
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant the house owned by the Banfields. The laptop that we're examining here is in the house owned by the Banfields, correct?
yes,
Okay, and that laptop searches for FetLife, correct?
yes,
And that laptop joins FetLife under the CBRN 920 at Gmail email, right?
it does.
Okay, and the laptop edits the Lifetime Fitness photo.
Yes, not all in order, but yes.
Okay, and meanwhile, all of this is going on the laptop. On the phone that we understand to belong to Christine Banfield, someone is using WhatsApp to talk about Valerie's day, right?
Yes,
And then by 10:45-ish, someone is Googling Lululemon, frozen tickets, and the story about the child who had their leg amputated, correct?
yes,
And then checks the C Banfield Gmail account at 11:30, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, so you acknowledge we're talking about two different devices, right? The laptop and the phone, two different things happening.
Yes,
Okay. And you can't say who was in control of either device. All you can tell us is what the devices are doing, correct?
correct.
Okay. And in fact, let's look at this. Apart from this usage on January 9th, 2023, the date of the initial creation of the CBRN email and the receiving of the Telegram two-factor authentication, I think, Christine Banfield's cell phone is never used to further this scheme, correct?
That's inaccurate.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you tell us where Christine Banfield's cell phone was used to communicate on FetLife or Telegram?
It was used for FetLife on February 14th, 2023,
You had not testified to that before. I'm sorry. When was it used on February 14th?
just after midnight.
The phones, Christine Banfield's cell phone.
The same model cell phone, yes.
Ah, okay. A Samsung S21 was used on FetLife on January 14th.
Correct.
Okay. So going back to, we have no other usage of FetLife or Telegram with Christine's phone as this progresses beyond January 14th when we have an unknown S21 using FetLife, correct?
February 14th, but correct.
Okay, sorry. All right, so when we then look to, let's say, our next event on January 23rd, you've told us that 11:22, the CBRN at Gmail, CBRN 920 Gmail is logged into on the laptop, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you gave us 6 exhibits to show that Brendan Banfield was not at home when the FetLife chat was initiated, some 7 minutes later, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you have not told us where Juliana Perez Magalhães was, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and we see from the FetLife chat, I'm going to ask the court to share Defense 191. I've got 181.
191.
191, but Judge, I have 181 pulled up instead. We can just talk about it. In Defense Exhibit 191, one of the FetLife chats, we see the discussion between parties, and the Anastasia persona says, "How has been your experience so far?" Correct?
Correct.
Okay. On January 30th of 2023 at 10:47 p.m., the CBRN 920 at Gmail account logs in to FetLife again, correct?
It does. I believe.
Okay, and we went through 7 exhibits to show that Brendan Banfield was in Reston near the Lifetime Fitness at 10:52 p.m. But Juliana Perez Magalhães was at home, correct?
I believe she was.
Okay, and had been since she left Lifetime ahead of Brendan Banfield, correct?
I believe she also arrived ahead of him, but yes.
Okay, and in Defense 194, we looked at the FetLife chats and we see again the phrasing, "I don't plan on having many people anyways." That was one of the chats that occurred while Juliana was home and Brendan was at somewhere, correct?
It's a portion of the activity that occurred that evening.
Okay, looking at February 7th of 2023, 10:02 p.m., CBRN logs into the laptop, FetLife, and we have 4 exhibits to show us that Brendan Banfield is at a Sunoco, correct?
I Can't see them, but I believe that's
Okay,
accurate.
and we don't have any idea why he's hanging out at a Sunoco at 10 PM, do we?
I assume getting gas, but I don't know. I was
Well,
not there.
he's there for a bit, correct?
3 minutes?
Okay, all right. So looking then at February 13th of 2023, 7:33 a.m., we have the CBRN login, again on the laptop, again to FetLife. And again, we have 7 exhibits to show that Brendan Banfield is not in the home, but we don't know anything about Juliana, but for the fact that she's at home, correct?
Yes, and the fact that
Well, that was the answer to my question. Thank you. On February 17th, same story, 11:19, CBRN login on the laptop. He's not at the house. 6 exhibits to show us he's not at the house, but we got nothing on Juliana Perez Magalis, and we have a FetLife exchange that asks something about liking nurse in the scrub, correct?
again, not seeing it, but it sounds accurate.
Okay. February 19th, 2023. The laptop is looking for secure messaging apps. You brought out the fact that the 2-factor authentication codes that are sent to the phone are not deleted. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but these are text messages that come through. You have requested this code if you didn't call for help, right? Something to that effect. We all get
Essentially.
those all the time, right?
We do.
Okay,
I do.
I do. All right, and when we move on to February 20th, 2023, at 10:58, we've got the laptop at home in use. And again, the location data suggests that both Juliana and Brendan are at Lifetime Fitness, right? Do you remember this one? This one's noteworthy because she's not on FetLife.
She being,
Christine, presumably, right? The laptop is not on FetLife. The laptop is not on Telegram during this window when Juliana and Brendan are both absent from the home.
that might be. I'd have to look, but I think there was a period of time. There's obviously a period of time before the activity occurs where
Okay.
I don't know where everybody is.
Right. Well, but we know that the adults are out of the house, but for Christine, presumably, and she's not using this opportunity to hook up online, right?
I guess that's fair.
Okay. But as soon as Juliana gets home, which we know because her iPhone connects to the home network at 11:06, by 11:08, we're logged on, talking on FetLife, right?
Possibly, I'd have to see the slides, but that sounds right.
Okay, I'm just noting from your testimony. If it sounds incorrect, let me know, we can dig in. But to the best of your recollection, did you testify that 11:08 CBRN is logged on, and then from that point, we move forward to chats with FetLife?
It sounds accurate, yes.
Okay. At 11:58 that same night, Christine Banfield's phone sends a text message to Brendan Banfield, I think it's Facebook Messenger again, saying that she's going to bed. Bring up the toilet paper, and Brendan responds, "I'll be up in a couple," correct?
I remember that, yes.
Okay, and then we see that Christine's phone, again, the phone, continues to browse Sheen, nursing schools, and pens, right?
Sounds familiar.
Okay, meanwhile, literally 2 minutes later, Telegram is in use on the laptop, correct?
Sounds accurate.
Right, so on the dot, midnight, that Telegram call takes place on the laptop. 2 minutes after her husband says, "I'll be up in a couple," correct?
Sounds accurate, yes.
Okay. Moving to February 21st, this one didn't fall into your timeline, but did you see the Google return? And let me just show you Commonwealth's 243, Judge, I would offer at this point in time. And if I can have that displayed to the witness and to counsel.
All right.
Mr. Orlitsky, do you recognize this magnet report? I'm going to scroll down so you can see the processing details and then the extraction location, and then here we have the activity. Is this a magnet report from the Commonwealth's extractions of the devices?
This is not one I've seen before.
Okay. If I were to draw your attention to the device, as a Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, which we understand to be Mr. Banfield's phone. Does that help you identify this document?
I believe that's the model phone he has, but this document looks like it was generated 2 days ago.
Correct. Because again, it's an extraction, it's a report from the previous extraction. Are you telling me you don't recognize the phone as the defendant's?
I believe that's the model phone he had, yes.
Okay. Do you need another minute to look at this?
I haven't really seen anything to,
How about that? Is that helpful?
Okay.
Okay, and we can see that we've got the extraction, we've got the dump data, and then we see that this is a search performed on Google by Mr. Banfield's phone on February 21st, 2023 at 11:35 a.m. searching delete your activity, Android, Google account help. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would offer this in evidence as Commonwealth 243.
Any objection? Put your microphone on again. What's your legal objection?
Legal objection, it's hearsay. It's Detective Miller's report. It's a way of getting around their expert coming to testify.
All right. Yes, sir.
Judge, it's an extraction and a magnet report based on the extraction, the same thing this gentleman's been testifying to as materials that he reviewed to perform his analysis.
You want to approach?
Sure.
I just haven't.
Uh-oh, I knew Mr. Miller was going to be brought up. Mr. Brendan Miller, the one that got demoted because apparently he found something or did something that that went against their theory. Uh-oh. Well, let's hope the judge sees through it. Okay, let's scoot up a little bit. Oh, nope, they're coming back.
Sorry, 243 in evidence.
Thank you. All right, so again, we've identified this is a Google search for delete your activity, Android, Google account help, correct?
It is.
Okay. February 23rd, 2023, we've got at 9:25 p.m., is the night before the murder. All of the devices are home, correct?
Can you say the time again, please? I'm sorry.
9:25 p.m., February 23rd, 2023, night before the murder. All of the devices are home.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and from 9:25 to 9:40, the laptop is looking at Dominican resorts, correct?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
Okay, but for 2 minutes, 9:35 to 9:37, when someone hops on Telegram real quick, sends a message, and then pops back off, right?
That is accurate, the
Okay.
timing.
We don't see Telegram in use on the laptop again until 11 o'clock that night.
Correct?
The same time that we see Christine Banfield's phone pick up the search for Punta Cana resorts, correct?
It wasn't a search, it was a message with a link to a specific resort.
Okay, great. The phone gets busy planning this vacation, accurate?
Christina was going to
Sure.
take vacation.
Okay. You pointed out that there was a gap in the phone usage from 9:51 to 11 o'clock when it picks up with the resort, correct?
That was only with regard to either messaging or website visitation.
Okay. You can't say that Christine and Brendan weren't planning a family vacation. Can you?
I can't say they weren't.
Correct. You don't know. They could have been sitting at the kitchen table planning a family vacation that night. You have no way of knowing, right?
I do not.
Okay. And we only have those 2 minutes of Telegram usage. You can't say that he didn't hop on the laptop really quick, check Telegram while she was in the bathroom, hopped off before she got back to their vacation planning. Can you?
Well, you can't say
I
that
cannot.
you didn't.
Okay. But at 11 p.m., we know that the two devices diverge in what they're doing. The laptop moves into heavy, sustained Telegram usage with Joe Ryan, and the phone goes off to bed searching for vacations.
I didn't say, and I don't think I could say that the phone's necessarily separated physically. There's no evidence to suggest that they did or didn't.
Okay, okay, but their usage certainly separates in tenor, if you will.
The laptop transitioned to Telegram and FetLife-centric activity, and the phone, started with the vacation messaging and then just went into benign activity, minimal benign activity after that.
All right, Judge, I would ask the court to share Commonwealth's 209 with the witness and counsel. Start at the top. Mr. Litsky, does this one look familiar to you?
It does. It does and it doesn't, but
Okay.
it does.
Well, do you recognize this as a report from the extraction of Christine Banfield's cell phone?
I believe that's what it is. I thought the extraction from her cell phone had a different name, but otherwise it comports with that, yes.
And you were able to register from this document the activity of Christine Banfield's cell phone on the morning of the murder, is that correct?
Yes, I see that.
Judge Commonwealth would offer this as Commonwealth 209.
Any objection? Okay, 209.
Okay, and we can see from this document that at 6:46 a.m., Christine Banfield's phone is shut down, correct?
This would indicate that a shutdown profile was initiated, yes.
And Judge, if I can cut and move to Commonwealth 207. This is do you recognize this document?
I believe I've seen this, yes.
Okay, and this is just the deeper dive into what the phone did as it began its shutdown procedure, is that correct?
Correct.
Commonwealth would offer this as 207.
Any objection?
Okay.
207.
So with Christine's phone powered off at 6:46 a.m., we then know that Mr. Banfield is, as you correctly stated, seen on surveillance video at the McDonald's at 7:29 a.m., correct?
I think from about 7:20 to 7:37, yes.
Okay, he's there a while, correct?
He leaves and returns.
Okay, and then he goes into the bathroom for 7 minutes, right?
I believe that's about accurate, yes.
And at 7:24, you've told us that Juliana's steps stopped. She's just waiting in her car, correct?
I don't know where she was or what she was doing, but her step count stopped, and I believe that's consistent with from interviews and other witness statements, yes, that comports.
Okay, but you didn't track her travel to someplace else, correct? You said you don't know that she's waiting in her car, but you know she didn't go anywhere else, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and at 7:37, you know from the call records that Mr. Banfield receives a phone call from Juliana, correct?
Correct.
Okay, he does not call 911, correct?
I don't believe he did.
Okay, and at 7:42, you told us that Juliana is moving again.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so from approximately 7:25, 7:30, we have both Juliana and Mr. Banfield just not going anywhere, correct?
And out of the house, correct.
Okay. A couple of things I want to ask you about. Not sure if you can answer, but did you notice that on January 13th and 14th, there was no activity on FetLife or on Telegram while Juliana and Mr. Banfield were out of state?
I'm not sure I noticed all of those things put together, but I know there were periods of inactivity, yes.
Okay, and another such period of inactivity was January 31st to February 1st when Brennan and Juliana were together in Winchester, Virginia?
That I'm more familiar with, yes.
Okay. And just to be perfectly clear, we've been through a lot here, and we've made it very clear, I think, that you can only testify to what the phones were doing. You cannot tell us who was manipulating the phones. You cannot tell us who made the phones do the things. You can only tell us what the phones were doing, what the laptop was doing, and where it was located when those acts occurred, correct?
That's one part of my analysis.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything further, Judge.
Redirect.
All right, we'll start in the next 4 days.
Mr. Litsky, in terms of your testimony, when you're looking at devices, you're looking to determine if there are points or there are times when devices can be taken or can be moved or taken away from the person who would otherwise be, it would be their device, correct?
Yes, in a scheme, it's the one described in this investigation or the one alleged in this investigation, absolutely.
And you're talking about a scheme, you're talking about a catfishing scheme, right?
That is correct.
And so one of the items that you look to is where are gaps where control can be lost, correct?
Yes, not only gaps where control could be lost, but gaps where there was positive control, if that makes sense.
And what do you mean by positive control?
Well, on the night of the 23rd of February, we have sustained activity from 10:59 p.m. through 11:49 p.m. So that's a full. It's almost an hour. It's 15 minutes. So there's an hour where a laptop, to Ms. Sands' point, that maybe was being shared together as a vacation was being planned. We have a phone that's still active and in use. So that's a full hour where the laptop is just, missing, based on one aspect of this theory. And that's, inconsistent with somebody who might be used to having their device close by. On the night of January 17th, we have the FetLife photograph downloaded to Ms. Banfield's laptop at, I think, 10:03 p.m. And then 45 minutes later is when it was edited and uploaded to the FetLife site. So whoever performed the activity at 10:48 that evening and manipulated the photo and uploaded it and created FetLife had to have known and been the one that downloaded it 45 minutes earlier at 10:03. So that's a gap where either the entire laptop was, out of Ms. Banfield's possession through the government's theory, or somebody went in, performed some activity, got out, came back 45 minutes later, took the laptop and continued what they were doing. So there are stretches. It may not just be for a 2-minute instance when somebody's at the bathroom. And my analysis and my opinions transcend the entirety of the window here from January 9th up to the morning of February 24th. So one instance might be explainable. 3 becomes a bit of a pattern. More than that becomes a trend. So I'm looking at this activity over time, over space, happening again and again and again and again, and whether or not it makes sense that the mechanics of the theory of catfishing sort of sustain over that time period. And I hope that makes sense. I'm also looking for consistencies in witness statements. I'm looking at whatever other data points I can observe in the analysis.
Now, with regard to a theory such as catfishing, there are inconsistencies that you'd look for if you're
Objection
investigating,
leading.
correct?
Sustained.
What, if any, inconsistencies would you look for if you were investigating catfishing? Or consistencies?
Well, there are a number of things that to me don't make sense. So the idea of, say, deleting the Telegram two-factor authentication message so that Ms. Banfield would not see it in the morning and realize that somebody had tampered with their device.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Should I just rephrase or?
No, we can explain.
Okay.
In terms of the data that you've analyzed, well, let me start over and ask you this way. These 3 accounts that were created in January are inextricably intertwined, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, connection is there between these 3 accounts?
They are intertwined. As I believe I testified, the Gmail account was used to set up the FetLife account. FetLife account was used to transition certain parties over to Telegram communication, so that whoever set up the FetLife account needed to have access to and be aware of the Gmail account. Whoever was using the Telegram account in this instance needed to be aware of the FetLife account. And the Gmail account, unless you knew it existed and knew what the password was, you wouldn't log into it. You couldn't log into it. It's like every other Gmail account we don't know about.
And that would get everything else started, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
And would that be required for the other 2 accounts?
Yes, the Gmail account was required to set up the FetLife account, access to the Gmail account to confirm the FetLife account, and the Telegram account was dependent on the FetLife account. So anybody who has knowledge of any one of the 3 accounts, it owns them all in essence. You wouldn't stumble upon the Telegram account and just pick up a conversation that's
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained. Speculation.
What's the likelihood of discovering an account such or
Objection foundation.
Finish your question.
what's the likelihood of continuing the conversations that you discover that come from FetLife or from Telegram?
Objection foundation.
Sustained is the foundation, if you don't like foundation.
In terms of the theory of catfishing, did you have an opinion as to whether the alleged scheme by the Commonwealth is consistent or inconsistent with catfishing?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Yeah.
Have I asked that question?
And many more, but yes.
Yes. Let's call your attention to 7:33 on February 24, 2023. Do you remember what 7:33 a.m.?
Yes.
Do you remember what device was being used at that time?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
What, if any, based upon what you know through your investigation, were you able to conclude whether or not Christine Banfield had lost control of her device on that day?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Just be done,
Your Honor, it's
sir.
based upon his
You want to
investigation.
approach to talking objections?
Just be done. I mean, you've asked every question you could possibly ask under the moon, sir. My goodness. I could have had a whole baby by now. A whole baby. Actually, my friend is having a baby tomorrow. She's going to be induced.
In terms of January 9th, is it true that, well, what if
Objection
anything
leading.
would someone need to know in order to carry on these other account openings?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. You can answer. Sorry.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
As to January 9th, what if anything would someone need to know in order to open up these other accounts?
So January 9th was the email account opening, the Gmail account opening. You just have to know how to open an account on Gmail, I guess. I'm sorry if I'm missing.
And well, okay, and if you did not open up that account on Gmail,
Password and
how
the
would
name.
you know? What other means by which could you know about these other accounts?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection to that question.
In examining the accounts that are at the heart of this, which would be the Gmail account, the FetLife account, and the Telegram account, we've already gone over. Gmail is crucial to that, correct?
It started, yes, it was required for the FetLife account.
And in order to open the Telegram account, you would need the Gmail account?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain.
Okay. If you were not present at the Gmail account, would it be possible to open up the Telegram after it had been created?
No.
The Telegram was not dependent on the Gmail account, but it fed off the FetLife account, which was dependent on the Gmail account.
Okay, and so same question. If you weren't involved in setting up the suspect Gmail account, would you be able to communicate on FetLife?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. If you can answer this one.
I'm sorry, could you ask it again, please?
If you weren't involved in setting up the Gmail account on January 9th, would you be able to participate in FetLife conversations when that was open on January 17th?
No, you couldn't operate FetLife without access to the Gmail account.
And counsel has said to you that you can't know who's behind any particular device, correct?
Correct.
And in digital forensics, that's generally the way it goes,
Objection leading.
correct?
Can you finish the question?
Generally, but inferences can be made with additional context and additional data points.
And so the analysis and the experience that one requires in order to come to those conclusions is in replace of having an eyewitness or having a camera or anything like that.
Objection
correct?
leading.
Sustained.
What are the tools that you use in order to arrive at conclusions, other than having
Objection
a camera?
asked and answered.
Sustained. Asked and answered.
Other than having a camera on someone and knowing if they're using a device,
Judge, has he not said?
what, if anything,
ask
can you do as a
answered,
digital
you would
forensic
know.
examiner in order to arrive at opinion relating to use of the device or not using their device?
Well, quite simply, if there are three people involved in an allegation and two people can be confirmed out of the house, then I think a strong inference can be made that the third person in the house is responsible for device activity or internet activity, account activity that occurs from the house.
Now, was the Telegram application always on the laptop?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
You don't remember. You're done, sir. Just hang it up.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank
You can have a seat,
you.
sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
I assume he's not subject to recall, correct?
No.
Okay, you're free to go if you like, or you can stay. All right, thank you. I think we'll go ahead and take our afternoon break. That sound good? All right, let's go and take our 15-minute afternoon break. Please don't do any outside research and do not talk to anybody about the case, okay? Thank you.
Wow, I didn't think that was ever gonna end. I bet that was torture for them jurors. Torture. I bet they all
If I could
kinds of
have
confused.
the attorneys approach for us for a second.
No, we want to hear. We want to hear what's being said, Judge. She's asking him, is Brandon for real gonna testify or what? Like, we need to know for real, Brandon gonna testify? That's what she's asking. Is
Recess till 3:35.
Brendan gonna testify or what? Is that him up there testifying? Oh my goodness, y'all! Brendan's testifying! I'm gonna have to, oh, this dog. Okay, so before he testifies, I gotta grab something to drink, maybe grab some snacks. Because this is about to get real sizzling. It's gonna sizzling. Here, I got some. I got something for this. Yeah. It's getting spicy. It's getting spicy. It's getting spicy up in here. Oh, yeah. I better not sing her those. How about the cab? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Brandon's about to testify. Brendan's about to testify. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at the frog. Yeah, I'm okay. I spend most days alone. All right, I'm going to mute. My dog isn't going to allow me to talk. All right, I'll be back. I'm not going to fast forward it because I want to be here every second that he testifies, okay? Okay.
All right. Yeah, Mr. Banfield, you can just stand for a moment. All right, I'm just going to ask you a few questions, okay, sir?
Yes.
All right, there we go.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Banfield, do you understand you have a constitutional right not to testify?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, could you speak up just a little bit for me? I'm sorry. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
With this right, the jury cannot take it into consideration or hold it against you if you choose not to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And I also would instruct them on this right. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. By testifying, you understand you waive this constitutional right.
Yes.
By testifying, do you understand that this waiver is unconditional? In other words, even if your attorney only asks you questions about certain topics, the Commonwealth will have the ability to ask you about other topics as well, even if they were not brought up on direct. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Have you discussed with your lawyer about testifying or not testifying?
Yes.
And after discussing it with him and considering what I just told you, is it your decision today to testify?
Yes.
And are you entering this decision to testify freely and voluntarily today?
Yes.
All right. Sir, I do find your decision to testify has been made knowingly, intelligently, and with the knowledge of the consequence of the waiver, and I'll accept your waiver this time. You can have a seat, sir. All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just to let counsel know, the jury can come on Friday, 10 o'clock to 4:30 p.m. Okay. Somebody has an appointment at 4:30, and somebody's has an appointment at 9:30, or going to be here at 9:30. So, but they can do 10 to 4:30 on Friday. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Perfect. Okay, that's fine. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Your next witness?
Your Honor, I call Brendan Banfield.
All right, could you just move the microphone up for you? There you go.
Your Honor, I call Brendan Banfield.
All right.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Sir, can you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter?
Brendan Banfield, BRENDANBANFIELD.
And Brendan, how old are you?
40.
And you were married to Christine Banfield, correct?
Yes.
And how long were you and Christine together?
We were together since we were 18.
And how did you meet?
We met freshman year at college at Quinnipiac University.
Now, where are you originally from?
I'm from Long Island, New York.
And is that where you grew up?
Yes, I lived there the majority of my life.
Now, what prompted you to come down to Virginia?
I received a promotion from my job with the Internal Revenue Service. I previously was a tax compliance officer, and I received a promotion to special agent with IRS criminal investigation.
Okay, we'll get back to that later. Let's talk about your family. Before Christine's death, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your family was.
My family was me, Christine, and my daughter Valerie.
And what kind of things would you do? And well, prior to you having Valerie, what kind of things would you and Christine enjoy together?
Christine and I had a very active social life. We spent a lot of time with our friends. This included playing board games and cards, as well as going on vacations together, and going on vacations with other couples that we were friends with. We did a lot of hiking, going to different forests and different mountains kind of around the country. We also spent some time. We played kickball together. We did quite a bit intramurally.
Okay. And when Valerie came along, were you in New York or were you in Virginia?
We were still in New York at that point.
Okay. And so how old was she when you left New York?
She was not one yet. She was 10, 11 months.
Okay. Now, what kind of things And sorry, once again, before Valerie, what kind of things would, in addition to the hiking, what kind of things would you and Christine enjoy doing together?
I would say that we spent a lot of time together. When we weren't working, we did a lot of work around our house. We had two dogs, two huskies that we took care of. We're often taking them on our walks and hikes.
And so, in addition to those things, you also both worked?
Yes.
And what did Christine do for work?
Christine had several different jobs. Her primary position was as a pediatric intensive care unit nurse. At other points, she did private healthcare for an individual family. She also did some product training for medical devices, and she also worked as a sexual assault nurse examiner for several years.
Okay. And where was that? Was that in New York?
Those were in New York, and when we came to Virginia, she continued as a pediatric intensive care unit nurse and trainer for Inova here in Virginia.
Okay. Now, in terms of your work, when you were in New York, what did you do?
I mostly worked for the Internal Revenue Service before I came to Virginia. I was a tax compliance officer. I also worked at a math tutoring center known as Mathnasium, where I was center director, and Christine actually worked there with me as well.
Was this a business that the two of you owned?
Yes, this was a business that we owned together and worked at together.
Okay, and how did you divide the duties in this small business?
Generally, we had about 5 to 7 employees in addition to ourselves. I ran most of the day-to-day activity which would be the after-school hours for when kids would come and study math with the tutors. I did math assessments. I spoke to the parents about where their child was and how we could generally get them to where they would be needed to be, at their current grade level. Christine helped quite a lot with the hiring process. She worked on marketing. She also spent a lot of time tutoring some of the younger students.
And how long did the two of you run that business together?
About 3 years.
Okay. And when you moved from New York to Virginia, what, if anything, did you do with the business?
Prior to moving to Virginia, we sold the business because we weren't going to be able to operate it from Virginia.
Now, you indicated previously that Valerie was born up in New York. How old was she when she came down to Virginia with you?
I believe about 11 months. I don't know the exact date that we moved here, but yes.
Now, in terms of Christine's career and your career moving from New York to Virginia, were you both in line with coming down here for your job?
It was a promotion for myself, but it was also ended up being a promotion for Christine when she applied to Inova, because she was going to be training the newer hires as well after she finished her own orientation period. And so this was going to be a pay raise, and she always liked mentoring new nurses when she was at Stony Brook Hospital. So this allowed her to more formally control some of the training process of the nurses in the pediatric ICU.
And so did she look at this move, even though it was for your job and your training, did she look at this as something that was a positive, or?
I would say that once she started applying to positions here, because she applied to like Children's National Hospital and a few others, and she realized some of the opportunities with her background, that this was going to be positive for her career as well. But I mean, she was also concerned because we weren't going to be next to our family, which was mainly in New York at that point.
Okay.
But there was a lot of benefit, and we viewed that it was beneficial to us and our family and Valerie.
Now, you met when you were 18, so how long were you together, including your non-married life and married life?
About 19 and a half years.
And how would you characterize your relationship with Christine?
For the most part, we were pretty inseparable. We were together the entire time. We didn't break up at any point. We were from college to our first jobs after college, to buying our first house together, to marriage, to getting
getting a dog and a second dog, and then moving down here. We were always together, always planning for the future. This was part of our life.
Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about Valerie. Were you and Christine actively involved in Valerie's life?
Yes, I would say that we were very active in Valerie's life.
Okay, when you invited Valerie into the family, when she came into the family, how did that work within regard to your family dynamic?
Mr. Carroll, I think you had the wrong name. When you invited Valerie into the family?
Their daughter.
The daughter? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
When Valerie was born, I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
So I'm sorry, there's a little confusion, I apologize. Valerie, your daughter, I said invited her into your life.
No.
She was born. How did that affect the...
Oh my God, is he really that nervous? Invited her? Come on. I think he meant as the au pair.
relationship, and how did you all kind of change to take care of Valerie?
I would say that Valerie brought all of our family closer together, including my mother and our in-laws. Kind of brought everyone near to each other. There was a lot of overlap, a lot of family visits, a lot of care from specifically both grandmothers, helping both me and Christine when Valerie was born, and that it was a very joyous moment for our family. She was really the first grandchild for both sets of grandparents.
And so when she was born, it sounded like a positive thing for everything.
Yes.
And what, if any, involvement did you have, and what involvement did Christine have, knowing that you're both working full time?
So our schedules are a bit strange for childcare purposes. Christine would work 12.5-hour shifts, which generally meant that she was leaving at 6:30 in the morning and would be coming back at roughly 7:30 at night. When I was in New York, I was working 6 a.m. until 2:30 p.m. And so on days where both of us were working, generally one of the grandmothers was the primary caregiver when Christine's maternity leave and my leave ended after Valerie was born.
Okay, and so it worked out between all of you?
Yes, it seemed to be going pretty well.
Okay, now how old is Valerie now?
Valerie's she'll be 8 in March, so 7 currently.
Okay, and do you since this situation has started, do you have contact with her?
Yes, I talk to her basically every day by video chat, often also by phone.
Now, when she was younger, what kind of involvement did you have with her education?
I spent a lot of time on her education. I guess I've spent a lot of time teaching math over the years, and even from before she was in preschool, I spent a lot of time basically what I would call numerical fluency, starting with counting and moving up through. I've currently been working with times tables with her, which is above grade level. So I've been doing math work with her basically from 2 until present. But I also monitor quite a bit of what work she does at school. And with this, I spend a lot of time reading with her, and we do, I guess I would say that I call them activity pages, but essentially they're like crossword puzzles and word searches, rhyming words, or consonant combinations such as like ST or CK, and then I'll give a description of a word, and then the word will match. So if it was like TR, and this is a plant that grows tall, she might write tree and things like that, so that she would work additionally on whatever letter combinations they're currently working on in school as additional practice. I do a lot of design work for that also.
Okay, and you're designing these things for her to be able to continue kind of working with you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about things like science and engineering and all that sort of thing? Did you ever get into any of that with?
So we always did quite a bit of Legos, basically starting at like 2, but After that, we started doing these projects from Kiwi Company, where you would do things like make a little device that would spin a coin for you, or that would launch a disc and you could aim it at a target. We went past that, and now we were doing these Crunch Lab boxes, where we were working on things like rocket launches, and there was quite a few others. There was designing of animals and like stuffed animals, and there was also like different circuits where it would show you how to design basically a button, and then when pressing the button would allow like animations to move or things like that, and it would show more details of how a lot of electronics would work.
What kind of things would you and Christine do with her?
We spent a lot of time in nature, the three of us. Behind our house is Frying Pan Farm. So walking distance, we have walking trails, and we can walk to Frying Pan Farm where Valerie would definitely like to see the animals. We had a membership to the National Aquarium in Baltimore, and that was, we went there frequently. I'm sorry, was there more to your question?
It was about the three of you doing things together.
We would go on vacations. There was quite a bit of spending time with family in terms of going to the water, whether going to.
So when they had, I just want to tell y'all that I got some water and chicken noodle soup to help my pancreas. But anyway, when they had the camera on the prosecutor, she looked like, I'm gonna tear him up. For real.
To the beaches, or even with my in-laws going to on their boat and going fishing.
Now, how did you observe the relationship between Christine and Valerie?
Christine loved Valerie very dearly, and Valerie was very attached to her mother. It was tragic, their separation, but when Valerie was always very excited as soon as Christine would get home from work, she would run up to her mother and say, be happy, and call her mama. And, they spent quite a bit of time doing art-related projects. Christine would often bring Valerie to dance when she was not working.
Now, did you love your wife?
Very much.
Did you want to continue your marriage with your wife?
Yes.
Do you love your daughter, Valerie?
More than anything.
Your Honor, I'm going to try to show some pictures,
Okay.
if I can.
All right.
Hold on, y'all. I missed that. Did he say, was he trying to leave his wife? I got to rehear that. Sorry.
When Valerie was always very excited as soon as Christine would get home from work, she would run up to her mother and say, be happy, and call her mama. And, they spent quite a bit of time doing art-related projects. Christine would often bring Valerie to dance when she was not working.
Now, did you love your wife?
Very much.
Did you want to continue your marriage with your wife?
Yes.
Oh,
Do you love your daughter, Valerie?
but you had an affair.
More than anything.
Your Honor, I'm going to try to show some pictures,
Okay.
if I can.
All right.
Well, you always got something to say, don't you, lady?
Judge, I might need some assistance from
All right. So
Mr.
can you help
Lindsay.
him?
What is he, the IT guy for the courthouse?
Sir, can you see the picture that's on the screen?
Yes.
Your Honor, we identify that as defense exhibit number 220. Do you recall that situation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit 220.
Any objection?
If we could lay some foundation.
All right, just a foundation.
Do you recall this event?
Yes,
When was that?
this was a trip that we took that was in Pennsylvania. We had gone to the Poconos, and we spent some days there in a cabin. This was during that trip. We went to a mud run called Warrior Dash.
And do you remember when that occurred?
I mean, not the exact date, but I would say that it was. So it's 20. I would say it was in 2018.
Okay, so would that have been?
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, probably. Sorry. I think it's closer to like 2015.
Okay, so that would have been when you were living in New York?
Yes.
And that would have been prior to Valerie?
Yes.
And is this Christine with you?
Yes. Yes.
And Your Honor.
That's them. I don't know what's going on with their.
Given that,
Do you have an objection or no?
no, it's fine.
No objection, 220.
And so was this a plan that you made to go to the mud run, or is this something that you just,
No,
how did it come about?
we trip to the Poconos. We went to a concert while we were there. We spent time. We spent time in the cabin. We did quite a bit of hiking. It was fun. It was a fun trip.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
All right.
That will be identified as Exhibit 221. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Was this the same race?
It is not.
Where is this located?
This one took place on Long Island, close to our house in, I believe, Calverton.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 221.
Any objection?
No.
221.
Sorry, Your Honor, to the next slide. Exhibit 365. Is that a picture? What is that a picture of?
This is a picture of me and Christine on a fishing boat that leaves out of Port Jefferson.
And do you know when that was?
Probably 5 or 6 years ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I think I said, I think it's 365. Did I say that?
Yeah, you said
Okay,
365.
thank you. Your Honor, I move that in as Exhibit 365.
Any objection?
No.
365.
And sir, do you see this video or this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And who's depicted in this photograph?
This is me and Valerie, and Christine's face seems to be cut off, but I believe that's her as well.
Okay. And do you know when that was taken?
This appears to be when Valerie was 4, probably the fall before Christine died.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 366.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
366.
Sir, do you see this one?
Yes, sir.
And who is that with you?
Christine.
And is that, well, tell me what it is.
I believe that this is at a rehearsal dinner for one of our friends' weddings, the day before their wedding.
And where did that take place? New York or Virginia?
New York.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 367.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
367.
Sir, do you see that?
Yes.
And what if, who are the people involved in that?
This is me, Christine, and Valerie.
And do you remember that?
This is on a flight from here in Virginia to Florida before we were going on a cruise. This would have been in 2022.
Your Honor, move that in as Exhibit 368.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
368.
Sir, do you recognize this picture?
Yes, this is me, Christine, and Valerie on the cruise after that flight.
Your Honor, move that in as 369.
All right. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
369.
And sir, do you remember this?
Yes, this is on the same cruise at a formal dinner that we went to there. And this is Valerie is excited for, I believe, dessert to be coming, and Christine seems very happy about it.
Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit 370.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
370.
Sir, do you see the exhibit on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
We took 2 cruises in 2022. This would be the one that's in November. This was the first time Valerie went ice skating. I took her ice skating on the cruise ship.
And was that Christine taking the picture, do you know?
I think I took the picture myself.
Okay, was Christine on that cruise?
Christine was on the cruise, but she did not go ice skating.
Okay. Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit 371.
Any objection?
No. Thank you.
371.
And sir, do you see this?
Yes.
And what is this a picture of?
This is on that same cruise. We were with our friends, another couple. They have a son that's the same age as Valerie. They would be the ones that took this photo.
Your Honor, move that in as Exhibit 372.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
372.
Do you remember this picture, sir?
Yes.
Where was that?
This is in New York, when Valerie was still less than 1.
And did Christine take this picture?
Yes.
Your Honor, move that in as Exhibit 373.
Any objection?
No objection.
373.
I think you skipped like 20.
Yeah, I must have. Sir, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And who are the people in that photo?
This is my grandmother. Valerie calls her Gigi. And this is Valerie when she was still 0. This is at my mom's house in New York.
Your Honor, move that in as Exhibit 374.
Any objection?
Judge, at this point, I am going to
You wanna
object to
appro-
relevance.
You want to approach? By the way, that is Brendan's father and stepmother. The other side of the courtroom behind the prosecutors is Christina and Joseph's family, but there is a court order that they do not video them at all. They can't video them on that side. Yep.
Sir, can you see the photo on the screen, Exhibit 375?
Yes, I can.
And what is that?
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Christine took a picture of me when Valerie was only a couple months old. Valerie snuggled up with me in bed.
Your Honor, move that in as Exhibit 375.
Any objection?
Judge, objection, relevance, and cumulative.
I will sustain the objection.
Sir, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, what's the significance of this photo in terms of your family?
This is taken in Georgia, in Brunswick, Georgia. This is the day of my graduation from the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center Academy. And Christine and Valerie had visited me for the graduation ceremony.
All right, move this in as Commonwealth or Defense Exhibit 377.
I'm sorry, Judge, same objection, relevance and cumulative.
Sustain the objection. Graduated to relevance and cumulative.
So let's move on.
Now she got snobby over there.
Did you have a relationship with Juliana Perez Magahais?
Yes.
Megley.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when did that start?
I guess the relationship started as professional in October of 2021 when she came to be a au pair or a nanny for our family.
Okay, and she came through an agency?
Yes, from Cultural Care is the agency.
What were the parameters of the cultural care exchange that she came through? Do you know? She would come and provide childcare for the family. It would include room and board, that she would be able to take educational opportunities, such as at a local community college. She can work, I believe, up to 45 hours a week, and she would generally provide a loving environment and activities for Valerie. Okay, and had you had a previous au pair before her? Yes, we had an au pair prior to her. Her name was Amanda. She was with us for 2.5 years. And so Juliana was your second au pair? Correct. And so explain kind of from when she got there in October 21, what were her duties and how did you utilize her time when you and Christine were working? So once we moved to Virginia, our work schedules were, I guess, more erratic because my work schedule was not set any longer as well. So Christine would still be working generally the 12.5-hour days, but I may have to work at hours that could start at 5 in the morning and sometimes could be going late into the evening. So while generally I would know what I had to do for the day and maybe how long it would take, it wasn't convenient for conventional childcare in terms of having Valerie go to, say, a daycare, because generally they're not open at 6:30 in the morning until nighttime. So generally, the au pair that we had would work similar hours to that Christine had. And when I got home from work, the au pair would be no longer working for the day, or if it was on the weekend that Christine had to work, the au pair generally would be off. So the au pair kind of worked basically 3 12-hour shifts coinciding with Christine's job most of the time. But sometimes if Christine didn't have that many hours during the regular work week, Christine may choose to have the au pair work other hours so that Christine could get things done around the house or other activities that she had to do. So in terms of your contact with Juliana, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what kind of contact would you have on a daily basis prior to having a relationship? Prior to having a relationship, it was mostly logistical. I may inform her when I was going to get home from work, if I had any delays, making sure that Valerie was getting to, say, dance lessons if Christine and I were not available then. Juliana would generally bring Valerie to preschool on the days that she was working. And we might just talk about activities for her to do with Valerie on days that they were working. Okay. And when was it that this turned from a working relationship to something else? In August of 2022. Okay. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that happened. So in August, Juliana and I were home alone. I had to work on both Saturday and Sunday. So I believe the original day was a Friday. Christine and Valerie were in New York, and Juliana started texting me while I was preparing food in the kitchen. It was an unusual line of
text as she was complaining about.
Let me, if I may just
Sure.
interrupt, where was she and where were you in the house?
I was in the kitchen. I believe she was upstairs in her room.
Okay, sorry, please go, continue.
It was a unusual text conversation in terms of that Juliana was complaining about her dating activity and the people that she was seeing at the time. I don't particularly like texting, and I think I basically said that if she wanted to talk, that she could come to the kitchen.
Okay, and what if anything happened?
At that point, Juliana showed me quite a few screenshots of her dating app. I believe it was Hinge, and the people that were in the Hinge app all had similar names to me. Their names were Brendan and Brandon and Brennan. And these were people that she had matched with on the app.
And so, and how did it progress from there?
She was making quite a few jokes about it. At some point, I finished cooking and was eating. I don't believe that Juliana actually ate dinner at the same time. We talked about other unrelated things. Talked about there was some family history of alcoholism and how her family in Brazil is dealing with that. And we spent maybe an hour and a half or 2 hours talking about some random things, but also about her dating history. During this time, when she was talking about different people, she was described people that she was interested in, people that were taller, people that were older, and it appeared to me that she was, along with the photos, the screenshots that she had shown me of people that she had matched with, that she was basically describing me. Also, I guess when we were having this conversation, we were sitting at the island in the kitchen, and she scooted her seat closer to mine a couple times.
And so what did you do at that point?
I did not stop her advances. At some point, I told her that I was going to go upstairs, indicating that I was going to go to bed. And she said that she was tired and that she was going to do the same. A little bit of information about the upstairs of my house. Once you go upstairs, the master bedroom is to the left, and all the other bedrooms are to the right. So her bedroom, a guest bedroom, and Valerie's bedroom are to the right. When I went upstairs, I went to the left, and she also took a step towards the left with me. And we had a brief conversation there, and then she came with me into my bedroom.
Did you ever talk to her either that night or later about a continuing relationship?
We did not talk that night about continuing a relationship. We did talk about, I would say, in the next few days, I guess we spoke a little bit about the relationship. She had indicated that she was concerned that I was going to tell Christine and that she was going to be essentially fired and sent back and lose her job, which I indicated that I wasn't going to tell her.
Okay. Did you tell her anything about what had just happened and what that was?
Yes, I mean, that would be that we were having an affair. I had also indicated to her that I had previous affairs. And that really this was just an affair, and not that there would be no other relationship, that there's But basically that this is something that I have had affairs previously, and that there's nothing that changes in mine and Christine's relationship.
Now, was Christine aware of your affair?
I don't believe she was aware of the affair between me and Juliana.
Was she aware of your previous affairs?
She was aware of at least 2 previous affairs.
Okay, and likewise, were you aware of her affairs?
Yes, I was also aware that she had affairs.
Okay, and how?
Okay, so before we get into the juicy stuff, because you all know I got to cut in a whole lot. I got to give more commentary according to YouTube. So I was reading or watching, I can't remember, but they were on vacation with a friend, with some friends of theirs. And allegedly, Brendan had the wife do things for him sexually on this cruise ship. And that was one of Juliana's issues while he was out on the streets and she was sitting in jail for something she says he did. And it was making her mad because she knew how high of an SEX drive that he had. That was another reason why she decided that she wasn't going to take the fall for this, because he was out there living it up while she was sitting in jail. So, yeah. Sorry, Sandy, you probably don't know what happened with my YouTube, but I'll explain later. I'm really upset about it, but anyways. Okay, let's continue. I'll cut in here in the next few minutes.
How did the 2 of you manage in your relationship moving forward with those facts?
So I guess in about 2013, it was found that we had quite a few discussions. At that point, Christine was working at the private healthcare, and she would travel for work for an entire week at a time, basically. And during this time, she would not be available to come home. Her shift was literally the entire week. So we were separated a lot.
Okay, but Brendan, that doesn't mean you have an affair on your wife. And that doesn't mean she does either. I mean,
my job, I wasn't in my previous position, but my job also required some travel. I spent about 6 months in Jacksonville. I spent another month in Kansas City, and I was living in New York, but I also spent some time here in the DC area. So we were both traveling quite a lot for work. And I guess that was poor for our relationship at that point. We had gone to therapy. We went to couples therapy for several months. We had decided that we were going to continue our marriage.
So now back to 2022. You and Juliana were having an affair outside of the knowledge of Christine?
Yes.
And how did that look on a daily basis? It's not the same. It's not the same all the time, but I guess.
so the prosecutor didn't object about when he said something about Christina having an affair. So apparently she must have. So that don't look good on either one of them.
It depended, I guess, a lot on Christine's work schedule. So Juliana may spend time with me and Valerie during the day instead of when I would get home from work. Juliana used to just kind of leave. She might go to her room or she might go out prior to our relationship. And afterwards, it was more like she chose to do whatever I was going to do with Valerie, whether it was going to be stay home or, like I was Valerie's soccer coach. So when I would go to soccer practice, sometimes Juliana would go, even though I wasn't interacting with her at all. Basically, she was choosing to be with me whenever she could choose to be with me.
So let's move toward the October timeframe of 2022. Did you ever create any sort of a plan with Juliana?
No, there was no plan. At this point, our relationship is maybe 6 to 8 weeks old. I think that it's an absurd line of questioning for something that is not serious, that a plan was made to get rid of my wife. That is absolutely crazy.
So with no plan, let's talk about Silver Eagle Armory.
Sure.
Okay. So how did that happen where Juliana went to you or went with you to the Silver Eagle Armory?
So it was basically one of those things where it was something that I was going to be doing outside the house. Generally, I would go to a shooting range every month, every other month, to practice before my qualifications for my job.
And how many times did you have to qualify for your job?
You have to qualify twice a year, but there's practice there's practice on the opposite quarters. So there would be, I guess, 2 trainings and 2 qualifications. And generally I would go practice prior to having one of those training sessions or qualifications at my job.
And how is it that Juliana ended up coming?
I was going to be going there anyways. She thought it would be fun to attend as well, as it was going to be out of the house. It was something that there wasn't going to be a risk of being found out by Christine.
Okay, so the relationship continued into that October or December timeframe?
Yes.
Okay, so when you're, in terms of training for people that go to Silver Eagle, is there any sort of training class or anything like that?
The first time you go there, they do a safety class, making sure that you understand the fundamentals of using a firearm, that you treat all firearms if they're loaded. You never point a firearm at anything that you're not willing to shoot. Things like that, making sure that you understand the safety mechanisms of a firearm, and making sure that you understand range etiquette, that the gun should always be pointed down range, should never be pointed at another person, things like that.
And is this something that you knew through your training?
Yes, this is something that is also discussed in my trainings.
And so would this training that you're talking about at Silver Eagle be for someone who's never shot a gun before?
Yes, it would be for a kind of a beginner lesson.
Okay, and she went with you twice, correct?
Yes, she did.
Was there, in having her come to the range, was there any plan that she was going to back you up on some plan?
I mean, there was no plan at this point when we had gone to the range. There was none of the suspect email account. There was no FetLife account. There was no Telegram messages. None of that existed at the point that we went to the range.
Okay. Now, did FetLife or Gmail or Telegram ever exist for you?
I did not know about them until after Christine died. I didn't get to see them until after Juliana's arrest.
And you're talking about the criminal reports, the police reports, things like that?
Yes.
The things that the Commonwealth gives?
Yes.
Okay. So,
sorry, y'all. I got to keep cutting in. Man, I can just hear that prosecutor, man. She is typing away. She is going to hand him his ASS. Ooh, I feel so bad for him. It's making me anxious, y'all. Okay, here we go.
let's move toward, so let me ask you this. There's some dates that came up recently. some dates that came up recently relating to the FetLife account and lack of activity. Do you remember what occurred, what was going on January 13th and 14th of 2023?
Not specifically, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember a weekend in Winchester?
Yes, I do remember a weekend in
Who was
Winchester.
with you in Winchester?
I went to Winchester for work. I was going to be there for 2 days. I was going to be there for 2 days. So I had a hotel, and Juliana drove there herself, not with me, later the evening of the first day, if I remember correctly.
And she stayed there with you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you remember what was going on at home? Who was with Christine and Valerie?
I believe my mother-in-law, Linda, was with Christine and Valerie.
Okay. That was on the 31st of January and February 1st?
I don't remember the exact date of Winchester, but
okay. Would that be common for your mother-in-law or even your mother to come down to help out with the kids?
well, there's only Valerie, but yes, it is extremely common that the grandmothers came to visit us. Oftentimes, each of them may come almost as every 4 to 6 weeks, and they may spend between 5 and 10 days. As I had said before, Valerie was the only grandchild of both sides of the grandparents, and so there was quite a lot of support from the grandparents with Valerie.
Okay. Now, January 13th and January 14th, was that one of those days when someone was visiting, or that weekend?
I mean, they visited frequently, but I don't remember specifically that they visited that weekend.
Okay. Now, let's talk about February 24th. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what were you doing that morning? What was your plan for the day with work or with the family or?
Sure. February 23rd is my birthday, and the evening I was planning to drive to New York with Valerie. My friends in New York had planned a birthday party for me in New York.
And I'm sorry, the 23rd was your birthday. Are you talking about the next day?
The previous day.
Previous day of 23rd?
So I believe February 23rd was a Thursday, which was
right.
My 38th birthday, and the 24th was today. That
okay. And my question was, when you were talking about going up, your friends were having a party. You're talking about the 24th?
Well, yes, because that was Friday, and I had to work on that Friday still. So I was going to go to New York in the evening.
Okay. So the 24th, your day was planned, and what did you fill your day with in terms of your plan? So, but in terms of the day was an important day for me at work as well. There was a important meeting for one of my cases. There was going to be a undercover operation for one of my cases. We were meeting with the undercover officer, a senior special agent, and my manager. And that meeting was scheduled for 9:30 that day. This was a particularly important meeting for me, as had been indicated that success in this case may lead to me getting a promotion to a senior special agent. Okay. So had you ever heard that kind of talk before?
Yes. Other people that were hired at a similar time as me, you have to hit certain milestones before you could progress to being a senior agent. So
Friday, February 24th, 2023 was potentially a milestone for you?
Yes.
For your career?
It was supposed to be the meeting that would set up for the undercover operation, which was going to take place most likely on Tuesday. So we were going to go over all the documentation and the plan for the operation on Tuesday the following week.
Okay. Now, so what did that mean in terms of your normal waking up or any other usual habits? I
woke up a little bit earlier that day. I was planning to get to my office, which is in Vienna, a little bit earlier so that I could set up the conference room, have my documents ready, have my presentation ready, have the document for the operation available so that it can be signed off by management.
Okay. And so what time did you wake up that morning?
I believe I woke up 6:30.
Okay. And do you remember whether or not Christine was up?
Christine I had seen seemed to be awake and on her cell phone when I was getting ready and taking a shower to get ready for work.
Okay. Now, did you have any sort of interaction with her at that time?
Yes, she was aware that I had this meeting that day. She wished me luck. She said that she would talk to me before I headed to New York with Valerie. Told me she loved me and have a good day.
Okay. So you carried on with your morning. What did that entail?
I went downstairs and got my work laptop out of the basement. My work from home space at that time was in the basement. I have a desk down there. It's because it's quiet. So I got my work stuff ready. I made sure that I had all of my equipment. Getting ready on a typical day would mean that I need to have my credentials, which includes my badge, my firearm, my holster, my handcuffs, two magazines, a belt clip badge, my work cell phone, and then generally I would also have my personal cell phone, my wallet, and my keys, which includes my government vehicle.
And so you had a holster that would hold the gun?
Yes.
And to what side was that holster?
It's on the right because I'm right-handed.
Okay. And so presumably you're putting it in the right and the gun comes out of it on the right side?
Correct.
Okay. Now, who else was up when and what else was going on in the house that you were involved with?
Juliana was downstairs when I came upstairs from getting my work stuff out, my work laptop out of the basement. I don't remember exactly what she was doing. I think she might have been getting stuff ready in the kitchen.
Let me just stop you right there. Prior to that time, which would be February 24th, had you ever taken Christine's laptop or taken her phone out of a bag near the door?
No, I don't take her laptop. I have no reason to use her laptop. I don't have access to her laptop. It's not a password that I know. I have my own work laptop. I have my own home desktop. I have two cell phones. I have a personal cell phone and a work cell phone. Our devices were completely separate.
And so, in terms of, that's fine. In terms of the idea of the laptop, where it would be on a regular basis, do you have a recollection of where she would put her laptop?
Christine kept her laptop actually in several places. Sometimes it is by the front door when she gets home. She would have a backpack and she would bring the backpack and drop it off and generally go visit Valerie and our dog and me. But usually she would go upstairs and she would bring her backpack with her. And her desk is in the sitting area of our master bedroom. So if you were to go into the master bedroom, you can kind of either go left or right, and to the left is the sitting area, which is where Christine does her work and has her desk and her file and has her files for her job. And if you went to the right, it would be where the master bedroom is, and for a little bit further, the master bathroom. But she didn't also only keep her laptop at her desk. I would say the majority of her use would be sitting in bed with her back against the headboard, while she had TV on or something like that. And when she would be done, she might put the laptop in between her nightstand and the bed, or on the nightstand itself, or back on her desk, generally at night.
And so, and what about her phone? Where would there be a particular place where she might leave her phone?
I mean, her phone was basically always connected to her. Her phone wasn't really away from her basically ever. I mean, she would keep it in her pocket.
So following up on the discussion we had about a plan, Was there ever any time, and I think you indicated that you never went and grabbed her laptop or whatever. Was there ever any time you observed Juliana going to grab her laptop or her phone?
I never observed Juliana grab her laptop or her phone. Juliana also has her own laptop and phone.
Now, what, if anything, was Juliana and what were Juliana and Valerie supposed to be doing on February 24th?
Christine had scheduled for Valerie and Juliana to go to the zoo, at the main zoo in Washington, D.C.
Okay. Did you have any role in that?
I didn't have any role in planning the trip. I was aware of the trip.
And how did you become aware of the trip?
Christine had told me that that was something they were going to do.
Okay, so you never kind of forced that on her for the 24th?
No, it was also written on our calendar. That was shown earlier. Christine had written it on the calendar. She had also written it on Juliana's work schedule in her au pair book.
Now, what, if anything, did you know about the plan for that day for them?
I knew that they were planning to go in the morning. I don't recall if I knew what time they were supposed to go, but I knew they were going in the morning, and I knew that when I saw Juliana in the morning, that's what she was working on doing, was getting Valerie ready. But Juliana had actually asked me to go get Valerie from upstairs. At some point in the morning, I heard Valerie's feet, meaning that she got out of her bed and pounded down the hallway and ran into my room. And so Juliana had asked me to get Valerie because Valerie wasn't in her room to start getting her ready. So I got Valerie out of my bed, which happened after I had finished getting my equipment ready.
And did you see Christine there?
Yes, when I had gone back upstairs, Christine was there, and she was sitting up in bed. She had a blanket over her lap. She had both her laptop and her cell phone.
Okay, and what, if anything, did so when you took Valerie, where did you take her in order to
Valerie was sleepy, so when I picked her up, she was still kind of limp, and I carried her downstairs to Juliana, and Juliana got her, kind of woke her up gently and changed her out of pajamas and into her clothes for the day.
Okay. Did you take any part in getting ready, get sandwiches ready, get anything like that ready?
No, I was getting ready. I was getting ready to leave myself. I wasn't. Besides collecting Valerie, I wasn't doing anything to help them get ready for the day.
What time did you get out of the house that day?
Do
you have any
roughly 7? Okay, minutes after 7.
Would that be a usual time for you to leave?
I would say a more usual time for me to leave is roughly 7:30.
Okay. And in this instance, you were going earlier for what reason?
I was going earlier to just make sure that I had plenty of time in Vienna to get my presentation ready and have the conference room ready for when management was going to inspect my operation and documents for the operation that was supposed to happen on Tuesday.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you said Vienna. Why Vienna?
Vienna is where my office is. We have a couple offices, but that's the one that I am stationed out of.
That's the home office for you?
Yes, that's my home office. The main office is in Washington, D.C., but this is one of the satellite offices, and that's the one that I work out of.
And what time was that meeting set for?
It was set for 9:30.
Okay, so you left at 7. For what reason?
I left at 7. I was going to go get breakfast, and after breakfast, I was going to get on the 267 toll road and head towards my office.
Okay, and where did you end up going to breakfast that morning?
I went to McDonald's for breakfast.
Okay, is that a common occurrence for you?
I would say that I occasionally go to McDonald's, but I often pick up breakfast on my way to work. Not necessarily McDonald's. Sometimes it's bagel places or places to get an egg sandwich. Okay, things like that.
So it's not uncommon. You don't usually make your breakfast at home?
On the weekend, I usually make a bigger breakfast for everyone. But no, normally I don't make breakfast for myself before work.
So when you went to McDonald's, there you saw the video that the Commonwealth showed. of you driving up to the drive-through?
Yes.
And it looks as though, well, it appears you go past the drive-through at one point. Is that correct?
I did. I circled the drive-through.
What was the reason for that?
The McDonald's app has a QR code so that you get reward points and you can use the deals that you get. And when I initially opened it, it didn't provide me with my code. And that's why I was like blocking the drive-through. And so then I basically just got back in line once the code came up.
Okay, and so
It was pretty quick.
and you had that app on your phone at that time?
I've had the McDonald's app for several years.
Okay. Now, when you, so I'm sorry, explain to me a little bit about that app. I'm not familiar with it.
You can order directly from there, but that's generally not what I do because then the food gets made before you get there. So normally I just open up the QR code section and you can look at the deals, and the deals tell you, you can get a free hash brown with your breakfast, and you can load that, or you can get a orange juice or coffee with it, and then you'll get reward points, and you can use the reward points to get free food too. So
Okay.
it's kind of a loyalty app that's you would find for many restaurants.
And so, when it didn't work the first time, you came back around?
Yeah.
And did it work?
Yes, then my QR code came up and I went to order.
Okay, so when we see you in your work vehicle with your sunglasses on, you got your food after that?
Yes.
Okay, and then what did you do?
I pulled straight forward. The McDonald's, the shopping center that the McDonald's is in, the McDonald's is kind of a standalone building. But basically you cross over the road. It's a road in the parking lot. You cross over the road. It's only, it's a two-way road. And basically right on the other side of that road is parking spaces. And, I was going to sit there to eat my breakfast.
Okay, and what was the parking space, what was the landmark next to your parking space?
It's kind of in front of Chuck E. Cheese, but it's really only a few feet from the exit of the drive-thru.
Okay, and so you went there to go eat your sandwich?
Yes, but I started with eating a cookie from Midnight Treats that my friends had brought me for my birthday the day before. If you're familiar with a place like Crumble, they're large cookies.
Okay.
I ate that first.
Okay, so you ate the cookie, and then what happened?
I started my car back up and went back to McDonald's to use the restroom.
Okay, and is that in the video the second parking or the first parking space that you went into?
Yes, so you see me park next to the side entrance of McDonald's.
Yes. And then what, if anything, I mean, you went to the restroom, so what happened then?
As I was finishing up in the restroom, I received a call from Juliana.
And without saying what she said, what did you do?
I left the restroom and went back to my car quickly.
And was she alarmed at the time?
She sounded that she was very stressed.
Okay, and did you tell her that you were coming back?
I did not tell her that I was coming back on that original phone call. On the original phone call, I told her that I was going to call Christine.
Okay, and did you do that?
I did try to call Christine, but I did not reach her.
Okay, and so in terms of your communications with Christine, was that unusual for her to not pick up the phone?
I wouldn't say that it's unusual for Christine not to pick up the phone, but I would say it's unusual that her phone would go directly to voicemail. Many times if I would call her, she could be busy at work, but her phone would probably be on silent, and therefore it would ring and then go to voicemail. Then she might text me or call me back and let me know when she can call me back. So, but it was unusual that her phone went directly to voicemail.
Okay. Now, and so what did that cause you to do?
I believe I tried to call Christine again, of which it went to voicemail straight again. After that, I called Juliana back, and I told Juliana not to go in the house, and that I was going to return to the house.
Okay. And did you do that?
I did.
How long did it take you, to get back to the house?
10 minutes, 11 minutes, 12 minutes, hard to say.
How long would it normally take?
I guess it depends on, there's a couple traffic lights. 8 to 12 minutes.
Were you, at that point, were you rushing? Were you?
Objection leading.
What if, at that point, how was it that you were proceeding back to the house after the two phone calls that Christine didn't answer and the phone calls you received from Juliana?
I started driving quickly back to the house. I took the most direct route back to the house.
Okay. Now, if I can just stop you right there. Was there any plan for how something would happen with Juliana on February 24th?
There was no plan with Juliana on February 24th. As far as I knew, Juliana was going to be going to the zoo with Valerie, and Christine had just taken off from work, and I understood that she was going to be home, but I didn't know anything else at that point. I was more concerned with my day of what I had to do at my job.
Prior to leaving the house, did you do anything with anyone's devices other than your own?
I didn't touch anyone else's devices that I remember that morning. I was just getting ready for work.
Okay. Specifically, did you touch Christine's devices, either of those?
No, I did not touch her devices.
Meaning the laptop and the phone?
No, I did not touch her devices.
Mr. Carroll, is this a good time, or do you have more questions?
May I just look one
Sure,
second?
sure.
Judge, this might be a good break.
Okay, this is a good break. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, since it is 5 o'clock right now, so we'll go ahead and take our evening break. Please do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research. I understand that everybody is available for Friday. Again, I'm sorry that I have to thank you for being flexible. I'm sorry that we have to keep changing things. I know somebody can't get here until around 9:30. We'll wait for you whenever you can get here, and we will stop at 4:30 on the dot for somebody who needs to leave as well, okay? So that'll be at the Friday schedule, okay? All right, have a good evening.
Are they having court tomorrow? I'm hoping she'll say.
All right. And Mr. Banfield, since you're in the middle of your testimony, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody at this time. That includes your attorney, okay?
Okay.
All right, you can have a seat back with your attorney. Is there any other
discuss your
matters for this
testimony with
evening?
your
Judge,
fellow judge.
if I may,
Yes.
I was remiss in not asking, is Mr. Miller still subject to
Mr. Miller is
recall
still
by?
subject to recall. Detective Miller, is he still subject to recall?
Did I do that?
Yeah,
Yes, you did. That's okay. If you're,
I don't plan on calling him, Judge.
okay, so he can be released then.
thank
Detective
you.
Miller can
And then
be
as I
released.
had indicated this morning, I would like to request that Detective Stephen Augustine be permitted to watch the testimony for his expert.
Okay. Any objection to that?
objection.
Okay, so we'll take care of that tomorrow and help out Friday morning at 9:30, finish up the jury instructions. We don't have much left.
Judge, we should be able to do it. I anticipate we can do it at the end of tomorrow.
Okay, do you want to do the jury instructions at the end of tomorrow? It's just, I mean, we only have the charging instructions left and the waterfalls.
We should be able to do it.
Okay, and there's just one thing with that while I have you here, because I know it's only, you have the 2 charging instructions for aggravated murder, okay?
Yes.
But for the record, I have 4 counts.
You do.
So are we going to select like
We
count
are.
1 and count 3, or count 2 and count 4?
We are.
Or just as long as I can get that on the record, I would appreciate that,
Once-
just to clean it up.
Once this has concluded, then we will be able to let Your Honor know how we elect to
Okay.
proceed with the charges.
Excellent, that's great. Okay, so we'll see you in the morning then at 10 a.m., okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I guess that's it for today, y'all. We had a long day, 5 hours. All right. Well, in the meantime, stay safe. Have a good night. I will see you in the morning. I will probably start on time. Just because he's on the stand. So I'll start in the morning. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And I will see you in the morning. All right. Bye-bye.